let's see what they have in store for us. Welcome to Frostpunk 2. Can this week have a do-over? Oh no, what happened? Watch that. Frostpunk 2 is a challenging game in which planning ahead is crucial and failure is a natural part of the experience. Maybe for suckers, maybe for people who aren't god gamers. If you're a veteran of the original Frostpunk or enjoy a challenge, you may try your luck with the Officer or higher difficulty level. Otherwise, we suggest you start at Citizen and take it one step at a time. Remember, it's not about how many times we fall, it's about how many times we get up. Wow. That is deep. Your car was run into while parked on Wednesday, now they want to total it. A fire? Whew. Yeah, that's a lot. If you can figure out the logistics of the do-over, then yes, you have my official permission to do-over. That sucks. I guess I have to do the story bits in order. That makes some amount of sense. Prologue. They came upon the old machine as they always do. And when the whiteout hits, they must survive. Alright, so they recommend difficulty preset. And I can do individual changes if I want to. Interesting. In 1887, the world froze to death. 1887? That's how far back the alternate history goes for this game? Wow, I didn't realize that the... Like, I know the technology is by no means, you know, 20th century technology. But, like... You hate car shopping? Yeah, I understand. That's a lot to have to go through. That really sucks, Masha. I'm so sorry. 1887. The world froze to death. Civilization crumbled. The failing British Empire built generators to support cities of evacuees. Cities that would become the last on Earth. Whether huddled by a generator or out in the open frostland, those that survived were shaped by the ordeal. 30 years later, all became very different people. Wow. In the year of our Lord, 1917, Frostpunk 2 takes place. Alright, yeah, let's go to Officer. We're gonna take a look at these. Moderate challenge with a margin for error and room to correct mistakes. A challenging endeavor, still with margin for error, but otherwise demanding focus and planning. A demanding challenge with little room for error, requiring meticulous planning and ability to manage concurrent crises. Extreme challenge with almost no room for error, requiring perfect planning and ability to deal with mounting catastrophes when plans inevitably fail. Alright, we're gonna go for Officer. Moderate needs. Problems can pile up, but give reasonable time to react. Cold seasons are frequent but survivable. Whiteouts are dangerous. While the Frostland is an unhospitable place, you can still find people, food, and resources if you look diligently. People readily react to problems in the city, your failures and promises. Communities can turn to violence. What are the other things? Composed. Shun violence and are more cooperative. Sensitive to problems. Very sensitive to problems. Laws are harder to pass. That's funny. Survival mode? There's no active pause? Get out of here. No pausing? I don't think so. That's not how I play these games. Alright. Yeah, we'll try Officer, since we have Frostpunk 1 experience. And also, I'm a glutton for punishment. So, let's go. Look at all these tips. How tipful. Helpful, I suppose, is the word I was looking for.
Stewart. Stewart.
Okay, is that me?
Captain.
Can you hear us?
Captain!
Do you hear us?
A generation ago,
Old.
We fled the crumbling British Empire as the world froze around us.
Why is this starting to sound like a horror game?
I held New London together. United, we survived 30 years of whiteouts.
I guess the Captain Governor is reminiscing here. Is it not a horror game? Fair enough. I never looked at it as a horror game.
Empty.
Right for taking.
Oh, he's gonna get shoved out a window.
Festus.
Those are
Merely
words.
surviving is not enough.
Okay, in that kind of snow, there's actual liquid on the ground. Is that oil? What is going on there?
It's us who survived the end of the world. It's us who survived.
Yes.
So now, like, is this combat? Are we taking over the other outposts, the other colonies? No. I think he's freezing to death. I think he's dead. I think he got shoved out into the cold. That's what he gets for being elderly. If he didn't want to freeze to death, he should have thought about being younger. We've been roaming the frozen desert for years. Many of us do not remember a world before the Great Frost. Now another whiteout is coming, and again we've reached the old machine. Again we will rely on its furnace to provide heat through the storm. Roaming, huh? So these are nomads who only stop at generators when like there's generators like oases in the cold in the great frozen wasteland, and they stop at them in order to survive the whiteouts. That's fascinating. In the past, we've always made sure there were enough supplies for the next whiteout, but our numbers have grown through the years. Providing for everyone is getting harder and harder. Alright, well, here we go. The machine. Some amount of machine. Maybe not the machine. Yo, this looks like the machine. This looks tenuous. What has happened to this machine? Was this a train? This looks like it might have been a train. The Wanderers. There's a lot of wreckage here. Now, none of this looks like it's active. Welcome to the prologue. Here you will learn the basics of construction and controls. You'll need it for what awaits you in a larger city. The old dreadnought remains in pieces under layers of snow, but the scattered wagons still have resources inside. First, we must break ice to reach one of the oil wagons and construct an extraction district to use it. Then we can turn on the dreadnought's furnace to heat us. We will restart the furnace. Okay, sounds like a plan. Alright, well, first things first, let's pause. Hit that pause button real quick. Fight the cold, frost break to an oil wagon and construct an extraction district. Turn on the furnace in the dreadnought wreck to provide heat. Alright. We got WASD. Oh, that's really fluid. That's nice. It's fast movement. I'm into that. Colder season over here. Negative 20°C. Yikes. Temperature? Okay, so this is like number of days, weeks out, like it's flowing, right? It's moving through the weather timeline. Yes, okay, great. Great, love that. Keybinds? Hold left alt, buildings overlay. Heat, materials, food, workforce, district proximity. I'm sure I will remember none of that. Game time controls is easy. Construction, this matters. Frost breaking. District construction panel. Hubs construction panel. Hold shift to keep any of these panels open upon setting up construction. F. Focus camera on the Dreadnought wreck. Okay. So if I go off too far to the side, I'm like, oh no, where is the actual map? I can press F and it'll snap back. All right, so let's open up the Frostbreak panel. Frostbreaking. Teams of workers with heavy equipment. Am I coming from somewhere? Do I have like a base of operations I'm starting from? All right, well, there's an oil wagon, so that seems like the first step. I guess I'm starting from this like black area, right? So we need a frost break 2 here. $300 workforce, 30 scraps. Where are these resources? Here? Scraps. Is population workforce? No. Population, workforce, and then something else? 65% of the population. As soon as population meaningfully increases, the city will prepare a census to count how many new workers we have available. The better the overall situation in the city, the more children live to adulthood, and the more outsiders seek to gain entry. Oh, that's promising. It looks like maybe the whole kids thing is looking a little bit abstracted. Should probably look at this frostbreaking tutorial, shouldn't I? Initially, you can only build districts in a limited area. The wider terrain is covered in frozen, stiff ground, which is impossible to construct upon. To widen the buildable area, you'll need to use frostbreakers. You can send out frostbreaking teams by clicking on the frostbreaking button, the bottom right of the screen. Love that. Love buttons. Then find your way towards the edges of the buildable area. Click on yellow tiles until the indicator circle is full. This thing, I suppose. This 2 of 8. It's on my screen right now. After that, click on the tick to confirm and start the construction, or use the right mouse button to cancel your last choice. Build districts on resource deposits covered by frozen stiff ground. You have to first frost break those tiles. Frost breaking cost is fixed, and unless there are no more tiles to click, the amount of tiles needed to begin frost breaking is always the same. Okay. So I can't frost break 2 on its own. Regardless of how many tiles I click, it's going to be the same cost. So it won't let me start it unless I have selected all of the tiles. I guess I should also frost break towards other tiles. Sure. Frost breaking. Ongoing construction. Great. And now we have the generator, the Dreadnought wreck. Dreadnought's furnace? Sure. Tell me more about the Dreadnought's furnace. It has a furnace! Serves as a heat generator for your population. Great. You need to have fuel to turn on the furnace. In this case, oil is the only available fuel. Oh, there's multiple kinds of fuels. Neat. Once you've recovered it, you can turn on the furnace by clicking the switch next to Dreadnought's furnace. Furnace uses as much available fuel as is needed to fulfill the heat demand. Okay. So it depends on demand rather than just burning whatever fuel I set it to. Vertical indicator on the left shows how much heat demand is fulfilled in gray. The red part indicates unfulfilled demand. You can also activate overdrive, which temporarily increases the generator's efficiency but also increases its wear. Be careful and turn overdrive off before the wear indicator on the right fills up and causes a malfunction, resulting in casualties. Don't like casualties, certainly. Various district abilities available for the player in district panels. One example of such ability is emergency shifts. Sure, some abilities are available from the beginning, unlocked by constructing specific buildings, signing laws, or events. District abilities can be divided according to how they are activated. Toggle cooldown and one-time abilities. on or off, happens and then cools down for a while, or once ever. Some abilities have additional requirements, resources, or specific problems need to be lowered or absent. Neat. Alright, so, at the moment, there's no demand either, it seems. And certainly nowhere. Construct districts. Alright, we need an extraction district over here. $150 workforce, 70 prefabs, 50 scraps. Prefabs and scraps? Great. Select 3 tiles to construct the district. 3 tiles. Alright. Does that mean that I'll have to, like... Well, something is happening, so that's cool. What is this? Fertile soil. Huh. That seems like it will be relevant to my interests at some point in the future. Seal colony. Okay, produces food. Yeah, okay. Food is scarce. -60. Shelter, -35. Okay, yes. The Dreadnought Wreck is providing some shelter. That's cool. I suppose there was a shelter tutorial? Needs shelter to survive. Yeah, okay. If not provided, cold will aggressively rise in the city. Shelter is mainly provided by housing districts. Needs heat. If the heat demand is not fulfilled, cold will rise. But at a lower rate compared to a lack of shelter. Sure. Building housing districts in the right place, i.e. in proximity to each other, can reduce their heat demand. Oh, cool. Okay. District construction. Districts are the base of your economy. Okay, so this is how they're handling building size, is number of hexes that it takes up. Okay, this is a completely different system than, like, the circular building patterns of Frostpunk 1. Keep a lookout for the indicator circle. Shows you how many tiles you still have to click for the construction to start. Alright, you gotta click enough buttons, enough tiles for the things to do a thing. And then you get a check mark, and it'll do it. Okay. Available tiles are white. Already selected tiles are yellow. Extraction and food districts require resource deposits to be built. Build an extraction district. Start from the tile with an oil deposit. For example. Just, you know, as a casual example, not that that'll be important. Alright. Well, I guess I let it finish frost breaking. And then we build the extraction district. Sounds like a plan? Seems like a good start. It's certainly taking its time, though. Colder season. I don't... cold minor. Okay. Growing, sure. Extremely increased by heat scarcity and extremely increased by shelter scarcity. Yeah, no, that fits. And I guess there's a tutorial associated with it? There sure is! Everything's got its own tutorial. That's kind of cool the way it's set up. So, like, it doesn't show a bunch of tutorials to kind of overwhelm you in the beginning. But when you mouse over something, it'll give you the option to look at the tutorial for it. I like this system. I like the system. It does mean that if you just don't look at something, you'll never know that there's a tutorial for it. But presumably, if you are going to look at the UI, you'll eventually figure out that there's tutorials. High cold increases disease, decreases population growth, and causes recurring events of citizens freezing to death. Well, that's no good. Certainly can't have our citizens freezing to death. Squalor, disease, and hunger. Scraps. Alright, tell me about scraps. Economy. Shelter and scraps. Stockpileable resource that can be spent on frost breaking, funding construction, or when using specific actions. Scraps income from population. Okay. Or from buildings. Collected weekly. Everybody provides their share. So this is also taxes on the population. That's cool. You can use the take scraps action on wanderers, but also worsen your relations with the wanderers. Yeah, okay. That's fair. Also use return scraps. Does the opposite. Right. Yes, okay. Alright, the frost appears to have been broken, but there is no visible change yet. I guess I should look at the construction tutorial. I think I looked at this. District construction? Yeah, I looked at this. But this is... Oh, because this is where the quest is. It doesn't say that it's frost... Oh, because I haven't done the extraction district. Okay, extraction district. Let's go. And then it has to be adjacent to it, so I guess it's going to be these three. Yeah, build that district. Deactivated. Unfinished state. Sure. 20 heat demand. Total output. Workforce. Yeah, it took 150 workforce. Okay. That's fine. Affecting other districts? Affecting this district. Tell me more. Area effects. Yeah. Area effects may give them positive or negative effects. Great. Environmental circumstances. Natural lay of the land or surface. Or by proximity to other districts. And at least 3 district tiles are located within it. While constructing any district, a tooltip will indicate whether your current build has any area effects applied. 1 dot represents 1 tile under its influence. For example... this has heat generation. Okay. Beneficial to place housing districts near other housing districts to benefit from mutual heating. Sure. I didn't see anything like that when I was setting this up, so maybe there just isn't anything. And then this just has to finish building, I guess. Production efficiency is increased. Trust falls. Is there a trust somewhere out here? Alright, deactivated no fuel. That's completely fair. Outputting 10 shelter and requiring 20 heat. And I currently have no heat output, presumably? Is there anywhere it says my total heat output? Or is that just going to be like... Oh, that's this thing. Yeah, heat minus 20. Scarce. In addition to all the people that don't have shelter at all. Okay. Presumably, I also want to build an extraction district on the construction wagon to get these prefabs out. But I'll let them tell me about it later. Not gonna rush things here in the tutorial, since this is very explicitly a tutorial. Let's let this finish building. Now I have minus 40 heat, because no heat is being provided to this district. Oil! As the thick black liquid oozes through the pipes, our people rejoice. The carcass of this old machine is a testament to the hardships that made us. But more importantly, it's our haven in the storm. It has allowed us to weather many whiteouts, and it will do so again. We have oil. We can turn on the furnace. Select the rec to access furnace control. I see. Alright, so this is on now. We still are short a bunch of shelter. But I can go to generator here and toggle the generator on. A city's economy is based on the output and demand of various resources. Alright, as a tautological statement, that checks out. Output is the total amount of resources produced by districts and buildings. Nice, the generator just works. Yeah, right? What a gift. How unlikely. Food output can be increased by building a food district. Sure. Working district also increases demand for resources needed to sustain its operations. When output equals demand, you'll see a golden icon for the given resource. When output is higher than demand, you'll see a positive number next to the icon. Demand is increased by the needs of your people who require food and shelter to survive. So needy, these people. When output is lower than demand, you'll see a negative number. You sure will. Districts and buildings mostly increase heat and materials demand. Okay. The furnace is on. We have enough oil to cover current needs. But the cold will still affect our people until they have proper shelter. Housing will best protect us from the cold if built in close proximity to other housing, or the furnace itself. However, we'll need prefabricated parts for construction. We brought some with us. The rest we need to extract from the wagon wreckages. I see. Okay, tell me about prefabs, I guess. It's like scraps, except it's a different material. Constructing any type of structure requires prefabs. They are prefabricated building components assembled at the construction site into buildings, hubs, or whole districts. Sure. Great. I love it. We've very much abstracted some of this stuff out, right? Frostpunk 1, we had like wood and steel and all the other raw materials. Now it's just like scraps and prefabs. All right. I guess they've decided that the specificity of the different materials was less fun than just dealing with all of the problems. Like, I'd believe that. Can obtain prefabs from ruins or other abandoned deposits. Yep. Extractions. Yep. Demolishing one of your existing districts. Okay. Get back all of the prefabs. Nice. Alright, we got a frost break to a construction wagon and build an extraction district to provide prefabs. Like this one? I think I'm already there. And there's no indicator of, like, something else interesting happening here, right? Like, you know, they had, like, a dots for area effects. It doesn't look like there's any area effects here. We gotta build 2 housing districts. Each housing district provides 15 shelter. And as you can see, I probably want to build it in the blue area. And it requires... Oh, I should do some more frost breaking then. Place the housing districts next to each other or the furnace to reduce heat demand. Alright, we're going to do some more frost breaking first. Because I want to be able to do it all the way around here. And all this black territory is already frost broken. And I can't, oh, it's all next to each other. So I can't, like, start moving further away or to the other side of this thing. Like, it has to be all in this area. Okay. Alright, and then once this clears, I'll be able to build a housing district around here, which is what I want. We have a heat surplus? Nice. It's too bad we don't have shelter, though. Cold is notable and growing. Increased by shelter scarcity. Disease is growing and increased by cold. We have we have a food scarcity. You know, we're actually really short on a lot of materials here. It seems like a bit of a problem. Week 9 of no food. Yo, time moves faster than I expected. All right. Oh. I see. I gain the benefit as long as 3 tiles are covered. So I could build the other one on the other 3 tiles. Okay, yeah, let's do that. And then I need a second one. Building them clumped up like that is actually not beneficial, because if I layer them out long-wise, like, people being weak-shaped after 10 weeks of no food, yeah, that seems like a lot of time to be with no food. If I layered them, like, if there was just, like, a long string of 6 tiles instead of being a clump of 3 and 3, there's more room for adjacency, and adjacency matters across multiple districts rather than within the same district. So this finished, and now there is additional heat demands, which means that we are using more of my surplus oil. So that's just a direct translation. We had 60 oil, which is 60 oil per tick, however long a tick is. Maybe it's a week. And we were using 20 of it in order to power heat. Now that this is built and requires more heat, we're using up more oil per time. We're not stockpiling extra oil, so we're not building up oil reserves, but we just have... We're using a... Okay, so... Okay. Sure. Fine. What's this? I guess this is worker efficiency? Ah, and I can choose how much they're working. Yeah, alright. Full value. So I can peg it here, and it's outputting less than is required. Okay, yeah. Let's output exactly how much we need instead of burning extra. Like, you can see this number over here goes up. The materials. The negatives. So let's go to, like, exactly... Yeah, let's go until this is even. Peg the efficiency there. And then when other things get built, I can change it. And this I just want to build, like, this is just to surplus. So let's knock this one out as fast as possible. And then we should probably start finding food. Sick and injured. Sure, tell me about sick and injured. Unresolved problems in a city can make part of its workforce absent. Okay, and this is also sort of more abstracted rather than individuals getting sick, right? I don't see, you know, Harry Belafonte getting sick and not going to his job at a particular place. It's just there is an overall workforce number. Once again, kind of more abstracted out. I guess because of bigger numbers? Like, my population is in the thousands rather than in the tens? Makes sense. 2 main types of absences. Number of sick workers increases proportionally to how high disease currently is. These people will rejoin the available workforce upon increasing disease in the city or after being cured. Injured will rejoin the available workforce over time. Having hospitals or using abilities accelerates the process. Other types of absences due to various events and decisions you make. Great. So yeah, there's a little bit of sickness, a little bit of disease, and I can see that over here. 2 absent. What's up, Cryptomancer? How's the weather? Minus 20°C. So, you know, brisk, but manageable. Gain access to food. Yeah, there it is. This does seem like it would be important, considering I just have negative food. But food also isn't stockpiled. It's not like I'm dipping into food reserves. There's no food reserves. Reserves aren't a thing. It's just a matter of how much food you are producing in a given moment. We have established some heat and shelter for our people. We must now turn our attention to the incoming whiteout. First, we must frost break to the small patches of fertile soil suitable for growing food. Then we must store it in easily accessible depots. We must move quickly so no one starves. Okay. New plan. Frost break to fertile soil and build a food district on fertile soil. Okay, where are we going? Where's the fertile soil? Fertile soil is here. 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 Okay, so we want to go get these. Start making our way towards this one also. Actually, oh well, that's locked in. Too bad. I should have gone for this one first, because then I could go from this one to the other direction. Frostbreaking is a little weird. Ah, this got negative, so we gotta put this higher again. And there, it's even. There is still some unfulfilled shelter needs. Should I build more housing? Y'all need some more housing? We should put more housing. Why is this still exclamation mark? I guess because I'm supposed to build a food district. That makes some amount of sense. And each of these produces... Each tick is another plus 10 net oil, which I believe is 20 net heat. And part of that is going towards keeping 10 net, because it also increases the heat demand from the extraction district. Okay. Materials. Where do materials come from? Tutorial. Used to maintain districts. Used to manufacture prefabs or goods. Oh, there's a whole nother resource kind I haven't seen yet. Shortage of materials contributes to squalor. Yeah, okay, that seems bad. Extract materials from frozen forest deposits or iron vein deposits. Okay. In other words, don't worry about it. But when I build this food district, inevitably, it's going to need more heat than I have access to. So I should start building towards this oil wagon as well. And then none of the rest of this matters. So I'll start from here. And then start building out towards nothing? Towards nothing? Towards the housing districts, I guess. And that cost me some extra... What does this cost me? Workforce. And scraps. Got it. Okay. Yeah, this food business is kind of bad. Better be prepared for when the whiteout hits. Agreed. There's still shelter scarcity. We still need more shelter. Growing, growing, diminishing, growing. Can I build more housing? I don't have room. I need to frost break more if I want to build more housing. I guess I have some room over here, but not enough tiles to finish district. Accurate. Whew. Frost breaking requires a lot of planning. Especially because you have to do it in big chunks. So it's like a kind of a major outlay in order to frost break again. So if your frost breaking is inefficient, like, that seems like a pretty major cost to have to frost break again in order to build the building you want to build. Okay. Okay, that's really interesting. That's a really interesting way of doing the mechanics here. Alright, food district. Build that district. I'm also thinking about frost breaking more over here, so there's room for another housing district. 300 workforce, 30 scraps. In theory, I can afford it, but I don't know where this tutorial is going to take me. Not enough tiles to finish district. Yeah, there's 4 tiles free here, and this doesn't connect, alas. If this connected here, that would be enough to build another housing district. Because housing districts require 6 tiles. So I am going to need to frost break again. If I want to be able to build more housing. Which, I think I want to be able to build more housing. Yeah, there's nothing else out here. So maybe I'm better off just doing it out here. Yeah. Spend them resources. This is a great idea. Love spending resources. Prepare for the whiteout. The diamond suit can have Dave the Diver face cards in Balatro. That's cool. I guess I should play Balatro at some point. We secured our immediate survival. Now we have to stockpile as much food as we can before the whiteout forces us to take shelter. To do that, we need to produce more food than our current demand. We must be ready. Stockpile enough food to survive the whiteout. 40,000. Okay. Well, yeah, go all out, buddy. Oh, we're not even producing... We're not even fulfilling our current requirements. So we definitely need to go frost break our way towards this fertile soil here. Might as well also get this. See, this is nice, right? I can open this up and tag this in one frost break. Stockpiling. Some resources, like materials, food, or different types of fuels, can be stockpiled. When a city runs a surplus of a resource, the surplus goes into a stockpile. The stockpile will slowly fill up every day as long as there is storage capacity left to store them. Stockpiles will be consumed whenever the demand is higher than the output of a specific resource, limited by your storage capacity. See each resource's storage capacity by hovering over it. Expand capacity by building stockpile hubs. Oh, we love hubs. Different types of stockpile hubs for different resources. In the prologue, only the food stockpile hub is available. Fair enough. Besides increasing capacity, hubs provide positive area effects when built in proximity to districts that produce or require the same resource that the hub stockpiles. Oh. That's nice. Accumulated stockpile is not lost after deactivating or destroying a hub. You're just losing the ability to stockpile more than your current storage. Okay. So is this... Alright, so now this needs to go up again. And this is... There's not a stockpile here for heat, right? Nor is there a stockpile for fuel, it seems. But maybe this is just showing that because we're negative, there's no stockpiling. And there would be stockpiling if we were positive. Yes, that is what it appears to be, Cryptomancer. We're not stockpiling food. That would be a problem, I agree. Let's get to stockpiling, I guess. Alright, so I wanted to build more housing. Wait. Wait. How big does this need to be? 1. Oh, and it shows the distance at which it's providing a benefit. Its demand is heat. Its output is shelter. Communities? I don't think I was ready for this, but whatever. We're clicking on the tutorial. The people of your city form communities. Okay. View any of your communities by clicking on their image. Actions you can perform. Greatly improve your city situations and also change your relations with that community. Skeptical. Under the community name, you'll find information regarding your relations. Your relations with each community will impact your overall trust. Boy, that's another mechanic that hasn't been explained yet. This increases hunger and reduces food demand. And hunger rises, increases disease and tension, and reduces population growth. Tension I haven't seen. There's sure no tension marker here. Maybe it shows up later. It looks like there's room for more markers. Those not working should donate their saved scraps, but it significantly reduces my relations with them, which is currently neutral. Trust. And I can give back some scraps, which I certainly don't have enough for. And it'll beef up my reputation. And I don't know what that does for me. Maybe I should look at the tutorial. Certain relations with you as the leader of the city. The better they are, the more supportive the faction is. Negative relations will result in opposing your decisions. Yeah, okay. The sum of your relations with communities impacts the overall trust. We still don't know anything about overall trust. Oh, that's the bar underneath them. Okay, maybe that'll be its own tutorial. That seems likely. Won't be able to please everyone, but ensure you have more supporters than enemies. Otherwise, overall trust can end the game. Confidence in you as the leader. Relations influenced by actions and fulfillment of promises. Ah, yes, there's definitely going to be events. Their opinion of you depends on the direction in which you develop the city. When people die, that reduces trust. Okay. Relations scale ranked from most positive to least positive. Devoted, supporting, favorable, neutral, skeptical, opposing, hostile. Great. So, trust. Support. Not affected by neutral wanderers. What does support do? Confidence, relations, Sick and die. Level of trust. Revered, respected, accepted, tolerated, despised. Is there a benefit for being in high trust? Doesn't seem like it. It's just how much they trust you. So maybe this only matters as long as I'm not dead? I don't know. I guess we'll see. All right. I'm going to try building a hub. Let's see. Stockpile capacity for food increased. Proximity, workforce demand in neighboring food districts is decreased. So the only thing it'll benefit, and I want it there exactly, because here it doesn't affect enough of the tiles. There's actually a lot of places I could put it, and none of the tiles that I have frostbroken are none of the tiles that fully benefit are open. Right, and it needs to fully cover the whole stockpile, right? Like, I have to have all 3 pips filled. Here, it's just 2 pips filled, based on the proximity. Okay. So building it here doesn't seem to do anything, right? There's no benefit for building it next to housing. I am, however, going to build that extra housing district here. And it's getting plus 20 heat because 3 of its tiles are next to another housing thing, which is cool. And it costs me another... Oh my god, I'm so low on scraps. That seems problematic. Maybe it's because I keep spending scraps. How much does this hub cost? All of my scraps? Bad news. Maybe I shouldn't have bought all this extra stuff. I should have just let the people suffer. Alright, so now we are very positive here. Heat surplus. But we don't need to be that far into the surplus, right? We can go lower these. And try and keep the deposits relatively even in terms of how much we're drawing from them. We have +5 now. And I don't know if this gets stockpiled. I don't think it does. It doesn't look like there is a stockpile associated with this. But we are in a heat surplus, so that's great. Stable. Stable. Growing. Materials scarcity. Yeah, no, that's accurate. We are lacking in materials. What is this? Materials. We should maybe go get those. Oh, that's what this... No, this is prefabs. That's not materials. Damn it. Okay, so we need to build towards the extra, like... If I... Yeah, I didn't leave... Okay, so knowing what I now know about how hubs work, I want to make sure I frost break such that there is room for the hub next to the thing. Which isn't currently the case. But, like, if I'm going to go frost breaking towards one of these materials things, I want to make sure that I start in a location that covers all of this for the hub, right? So if I start going out this way, like if I start to this hex, that's not ideal because I can't build the hub there and get the discount. So I want to start from like this hex. Sure. Something happened that's relevant. Feenan Kell, 42, gardener. Pouring sand in his hands. We've been here so many times. The soil is depleting. A couple more and there'll be no point erecting the hothouses. There'll be nothing to grow food on. And the yield is so low. Either we pull emergency shifts or tighten our belts, otherwise there might not be enough for everyone. We might not be able to fill food stockpiles without exceptional measures. Consider asking the Wanderers to tighten belts or instill emergency shifts in food districts. So if I do this, trust falls a bit. Disease increased. And the heat demand, no, the heat demand stays the same, but the total output is increased. Plus 11.25 from emergency shifts. And trust is reduced. Support, not affected, still neutral, but it is slightly decreased by emergency shifts. And they're still neutral to me. Okay, fine. I see no downside here. Once this finishes, I can build a hub. Oh, I'm gonna need another food district. 60 scraps. I want to build the hub first. Maybe that's unreasonable. Alright, now we have a surplus of shelter. Plus 10. Heat requirements have stayed the same. Hunger is diminishing. Nice. Disease is diminishing. Great. Cold is diminishing. Squalor is still growing, though, because we're real short on materials. Optional. Instruct the Wanderers to tighten belts. Which I could do, right? I have that option here. Hunger gets increased a bunch, but food demand is reduced. But this only matters once I can actually start stockpiling a thing, so I'm not going to bother yet. Hey, cold is absent. Look, it's all grayed out. That's good, probably. Economy overlay. Oh, okay. Heat and fuels. Yeah, these are the overlays they were telling me about, and then I just completely ignored them. Materials, which we have no positive production at the moment. Food, and we have nothing eating food other than the people. Workforce. Okay, cool. Yeah, a lot of workers. District proximity effects. None, really. Okay. Neat. Alright, now I can build a hub here. And it'll cover all 3 spots, which is exactly what I needed it to do. I need to stockpile 40k food. How much can I stockpile in any given 15k for this one? Okay, so we're definitely going to need to build another thing here. Another food district. Probably several other food districts. Especially considering that a given food district only holds so much food in it. Yeah, alright. Cost me some scraps. I should have thought about that. Disease is diminishing. We have 2 workers who are unable to work because of disease. Not particularly bothered by that. It's gonna get colder soon. Another scorcher. Alright, so now this is built. Affecting other districts near food work stockpile hub. Minus workforce requirement. Okay. So this has a reduced workforce requirement. Cool. But otherwise, nothing different is happening. And now, if I tighten belts, now I have a surplus. All will eat less to stockpile more for the whiteout. Oh yeah, and it shows a stockpile down here. And we should probably figure out this materials business. Which I guess would be an extraction hub once I have the scraps for it. Will be filled in 395 weeks. Got 61 weeks. Better 2 meals a day now than no meals a day later. That is accurate. That is exactly where we're going here. My overall trust is a little lower than I want it to be because I have told people to tighten belts and they're not happy about that. I wouldn't be either. That's totally fair. Resource nearly depleted. Okay, that's fair. Once it's depleted, I can knock this out and then go get more materials somewhere else, I guess. Can I build? I can. All right, let's build this. Because this seems like it's relevant also. And then this one also emergency shifts? And my trust will fall? But that's the only difference, right? Production efficiency is increased, and trust falls. I have enough trust. That's all I care about. And then it says disease increased, but, like, I don't think disease is increasing, actually. Or at least that doesn't seem to be happening at the moment. Oh, actually, we want to do it on the other one, because this has slightly more oil left. Keep them balanced. Now I am producing 65 food per day. Stockpiling 65 per day. Nice. So now we just need these materials. And also more, yeah, okay. And then if I have the resources, we need to start frost breaking towards another fertile soil. Like this one? Ooh, seal colony. 400,000 food? That's so much food. Okay, yeah, let's go get that one. That seems way easier than spending 2 frost breaks to get to this fertile soil or this other fertile soil. Let's go eat some seals. And I want to start with wherever I'm building the hub. Not that I can see that right now. But I think the hub here should extend to there. So we want to start with there and head down. I'm going to wait until I have... There we go. Yeah, here covers it. So let's frost break down from here. And we should also cover the oil wagon just in case. $25K is my stockpile right now, which is not enough. I need more. 2 sick people have returned to work in the old dreadnought. Oh, happy to hear it. Shouldn't have been sick, but now they're not sick anymore, so everything's great. What does this do? Remind me about squalor? Polluted air and overwhelming dirt and filth. Increases disease and decreases population growth. Okay. Causes recurring events that damage random districts. Oh. By the districts where? Where is where? Oh, there's all these buttons that don't exist for me. Needs to repair it at the cost of prefabs. Does where exist over here? Like if I look at... Yeah, these buttons aren't real because it's the tutorial. I love tutorials. Alright, let's build this hub. Alright, so it sounds like I'm actually pretty benefited if I can build one of these in a triangle instead of this arc. Because then, like, this here would have covered this spot as well. So for anything that I'm building a hub next to... Well, this particular situation with the food hub, like, I don't know if the same relationship will work out with other kinds of buildings, but in this particular relationship, that would have been better. Stockpile's ready in 84 weeks at current rate. That's not good enough. That's why we got to build all the way out to the seal colony. A, materials are surplus. Diminishing. Fantastic. Minor, stable, increased by Titan belts. Yep, that's fine. It's fine, no problem. Ooh, something happened. A mysterious symbol, the Captain's Legacy. One of our frostbreaking crew uncovered the frozen remains of a man in a tattered uniform. His shoulder patch reads, New London Scouts, 3rd Platoon, and he bears an obscure insignia. Some of our elders claim it belongs to a military organization, while others argue it has a religious significance. Maybe you have heard of this New London before and can settle their debate? New London is a city of discipline that follows strong leadership, where militant squads keep the peace. This will create a continuity in which New London has embraced order to survive. New London is a city of devotion that established a new religion and follows the guidance of a zealous clergy. This will create a continuity in which New London has embraced faith to survive. New London's history is shrouded in mystery. Let's create a continuity in which New London has leaned on either order or faith to survive. Alright, chat, what are we doing? Start that viewer poll. So there should be an overlay that works with this game. If you are not on mobile, mobile doesn't work with overlays, which is real sad. But it should let you vote on which of these you prefer. Assuming there are people around who care. Should have known this was gonna happen. None of you jerks are engaged. Can't believe I trusted you to vote on things. It's fine, you can lurk, you can lurk. It's an afternoon stream, I understand. Everybody's working, everybody's lurking. What are these options again? So, we got a thing that lets you choose whether New London was, devoted to order, faith, or I don't know. So it's creates a continuity, I guess, talking about New London as, you know, the main colony in the previous game. But this allows you to kind of set up a history where New London was more militant, or whether New London was more religious, or whether you have no idea. Order guards or faith and propaganda. Yeah, pretty much. And I think the way this works is this shows me what chat wants, but it is not binding. So I can see what people are voting for. But this doesn't restrict my gameplay at all. Whereas there's also a Twitch integration feature that people can volunteer to become members of the council of the city for any major decisions, and can then decide themselves on specific laws or whatever. What the heck is... Why didn't my chair... I guess it was this? Oh, no, it's fine. Everything's fine. Thank you for voting. Thank you for being engaged. I appreciate the engagement. It sounds like people are pretty even. So, I'm gonna go with a little bit less zealous religion, I think. Even if that does mean that there will be more militant, like, squads. Militant squads keep the peace. I would rather have an army than zealots. Alright, we need to get some more food here. Alright, can I build this food district? I can, in fact, build this food district. Are Twitch chatters zealots? That sounds like a personal question. I think you can ask any individual Twitch chatter and get an answer for yourself there. I personally have not started a cult or required any religious engagement from my Twitch chat. So, ooh, demolish this. Yeah, it's empty. So I would say no. I would say my chat, probably not zealots, but who knows? Okay, well, maybe a little bit of... Oh, I take it back. Yeah, Twitch chat is zealots. Twitch chat is 100% zealots. Our chat is best. Our chat is great. Oh, what's going on here? Lack of prefabs. No resources for further construction. We don't have enough prefabricated components, making further construction impossible. There may be some prefabs left in one of the construction wagons. If not, we can try to salvage prefabs by demolishing one of the existing districts or hubs. Yes, I see. That's why I am demolishing this, and we are going to extract more prefabs out of some other place, probably. Once I have the prefabs from demolishing this. Oh, I like that this counts down. That's cute. Tria Clegorn, 62, seamstress, looking at her grandchildren playing. My knees ache. My fingers are so stiff, I can't hold the needle anymore. I've lived a full life. It warms my heart to see little Betty and Jacob play by the evening fire, but maybe this is it. Talk with the other elders. If it comes to it, we will go. I won't let my grandchildren starve. Blocked Cult of Lamb and the other game from memory. It's fair. Yeah, the the Lamb Cult game was cute. And I would argue that Graveyard Keeper was one of the formative experiences for this stream. I don't think Cult of the Lamb was really a disappointment. I mean, maybe a little bit. Like, the way that it separated out the experiences, I think the cult building was neat, but not fleshed out enough. And I thought that the dungeon diving part of it, the roguelike part of it, was pretty cool, but kind of only existed to support the cult building part. So it's like neither half of it was really complete on its own, and together, like they were two disparate enough experiences that it didn't feel like a cohesive game. I had a lot of fun with it while I was playing with it, but I just didn't feel the need to come back to it. All right, so we have grandparents ready to sacrifice themselves. Good for them. Stockpiles are ready in 80 weeks. That's still not good enough. So this has to get built. And we are at even on heat right now. So this is stockpiling food, which is great. There's a material surplus, but we can't stockpile that surplus right now, so it just is. I guess that means I could go over here and reduce the materials extraction, since that gives us a little bit more oil back and a little bit less demand on the materials. Just as long as I keep it positive, it doesn't need to be overly positive, as opposed to the food, which like really does need to be overly positive. Great the first time, could not replay it. Fair enough. Graveyard Keeper was grindy. Yeah, it was grindy. It was a certain amount of grind to it. Not as bad as some other games of that type, I'll be honest with you. I think I really liked where Graveyard Keeper was at. I had a lot of fun with it for sure. But yeah, it's hard to get into a replay of it. How are we doing here? Squalor is diminishing. Good news. And hunger will be stable. Yep. That checks out. Man, this build time is so long. Does it say what the build time is for these things? It was like 2 weeks to build this, I think. And the deconstruction also took about the same amount of time. Alright, well now we can build a new extraction district here. We're low on food. We're low on heat. So I guess up that heat. Do you supply more? No, it's the same. Stockpile's ready in 34 weeks. Heck yeah. We got there. And I can stockpile 40k. Exactly. Yeah, perfect. And if I wanted to build another stockpile hub that require prefabs I don't have, but then would reduce the ongoing workforce requirement here by 20 people. Oh, and this needs to be bumped up again, so we're not in squalor. Alright, and that's everything I need to do. Seals! If we hunt them all, we'll definitely have enough for the whiteout. Yep, that's the plan. Hunt them seals. And I guess I could hit this button, but it reduces my trust again. My trust is kind of low at this point. Hunt sparingly and we'll have seal forever. That is a choice, isn't it? We have 711 weeks worth of seals. Alright, good enough. Okay, if I undo these emergency shifts, do I get the trust back? Disease decreased. Lies. I think I got some trust back. I wasn't watching it exactly. Ready in 31 weeks. Still ready in 31 weeks. 36 now. Okay, it just needed to update. That's still good enough. Ooh. And this got reduced again. I think because I upped the amount of heat requirements. Or the heat requirements went up or something. There we go. Cool. And now, oh no, because this got built. Yeah, now we're even. Great. Colder season. The heat demand. Oh my god. That's a lot of heat demand. Oh heck. Oh heavens to Betsy. Okay, well, I guess we need to go build another oil thing. Have one of those. Can I afford to build it? Not yet. Minus 145. That's a lot of cold. Cold sure is growing. I agree. This workforce is not expanding. We are not getting more people here. But we're still good on the food surplus, so that's fine. And the whiteout is out here. Now we're at negative 30. I guess it just stays at negative 30 until we hit the whiteout. Ugh. That drops our materials, but this can't go up anymore. I guess I could emergency shifts. But then my trust will fall. My trust! I could also emergency shifts at the oil refinery to produce more oil. I don't have the resources to go frostbreaking. I don't have the workforce to go frostbreaking. I see. I would have to reduce the number of workers in one of these other places in order to frostbreak. Oh, wild. Okay. That's... I begin to see how this works. Begin to see how this works. Alright, where do I go for more oil? I literally can't. There is no more oil. There is more food. Are you emergency shifting? You might need to emergency shift out here. Emergency shifting here doesn't make a difference for my stockpile, because this will run out. This one will run out. This one doesn't run out until after we get the stockpile. But this I should maybe emergency shift at the food district. At the seal food district. Alright, we might need to go for the other maintenance wagon. I don't think we need to go for the other fertile soils. I think we have enough food in time. I will do this, though. Oh, man, that's a big chunk, actually. It went from here to here. I'm not sure if you can see this here. It's, like, kind of subtle at the bottom edge of the screen. But it went from here down to here. Like, that's a pretty big chunk of trust for emergency shifts. Right? And if I do that again, like, there's only so much emergency shifting we can do here. Yeah, look at that. Oh my god, that's so huge. I would dearly like it if y'all liked me more. I guess, okay, what am I doing with scraps, actually? I just have an income, so I'm spending this in order to do things. But if I have enough of them, I can give them back in order to get some trust. Alright, I think we're just going to be at this slight heat deficit right now, and that's just how it's going to be. Because I can't emergency shift again. We die. And I don't like that we are at a slight deficit in a couple of things. Stable. Great. Stable. Hello? Resource deposit nearly depleted. It's 19 weeks! What do you mean nearly depleted? Get out of here. We got so much time. Is trust gonna go up at all? Uh-oh. Danger. The whiteout draws near. People in the camp are getting tense. They worry we won't gather enough food in time. We will literally gather enough food in time. Our hunters propose to slaughter the remaining seals, including pups and females. This will allow us to gather much more food, but will wipe out what could be the last colony of these creatures on Earth. However, many elders have volunteered to walk into the Frostland rather than be a burden on our resources. Their sacrifice would significantly reduce the rations we need for the whiteout. What should we do? We should eat what is available before we let anyone die. Food production will greatly increase. Last of the seal colony will be butchered. We respect our elders' wishes to walk into the frost. Our elders will die. This will not reduce our workforce. Food required to survive the whiteout will decrease greatly. Don't resort to extremes. We will gather enough food in time. If you fail, the consequences will be dire. Who's failing? Nobody's failing. We will gather enough food in time. I am confident in our abilities to gather enough food in time. What I am not confident in our abilities is to keep enough heat for everybody. It's going to get colder again before the whiteout. Temperature will drop by 60 C? Jesus. There is not a lot of room to support that. Plugin didn't work. And I can't frost break unless I reduce the amount of work that we're putting in at one of the other locations. Probably here, right? I can reduce the workforce here to get enough people to go frost breaking. I'm not sure that I need anybody working here, actually. That even gives us a heat surplus. Wild. Because, like, this is prefabs, which is just to build things. Like, I have enough prefabs at this point to build things, right? The only other thing I could possibly build at this point is maybe I want to build another extraction. One more extraction? 70 prefabs? Frostbreaking doesn't require prefabs at all? But now I have enough to go frostbreaking to this maintenance wagon, for example, if I need more materials. I don't think we'll quite hit one of these fertile soils. Oh yeah, we totally do. Delightful. If I needed to get another fertile soil, I can. Seems like I had no one die in this tutorial. That does seem to be the case. We're looking pretty good here. Yeah, I can't quite hit this fertile soil and these materials. But I can get to the fertile soil if I feel like that's what I need. But I need the materials first, I think. And I don't mind using the workforce on this. Yo, Vera, thank you so much for the drunk baby. Welcome back to the adventuring party. Very much appreciate your support. Cheers. Why is the baby drunk? What have we done to this poor child? All right, we're gonna unlock the maintenance wagon and then start pushing towards this fertile soil. Alright, and then if I want to build another extraction district, that requires 50 scraps. So I definitely have enough to give them some scraps back in order to get some trust. Oh, that was not a giant chunk of trust. Like, that's really not enough... Not enough trust to emergency whatever the thing is. Emergency shifts again. Which I am going to need to do for heat later. Scraps will be in handy. At least if we die rich. And they just, like, tithe it back, right? The taxes, the income is enough for me to do everything I need to do for the tutorial. Drink a whole bottle of honey rum? Nice. Sounds like you're having a good time. Alright, so that's broken. And now I can go frostbreaking again. It just costs workforce and scraps? Like, that's easy. That's convenient. Let's start pushing my way towards this other fertile soil. Starting to get a sense how this economy works. How resources work. Workforce is easy to give up. Scraps also easy to give up as long as I'm watching my income of it. In bed, ready to sleep? Heck yeah. Are you a cozy drunk, Vera? Or are you like an aggressive drunk? Barely not spinning anymore. Yeah, sounds like you had a good night. Alright, so I am now in a position where it is easy to build the extra thing if I need it. But, like, I don't think I need it. This is going to run out in 10 weeks. And then that'll slow production, but we'll still have enough additional production. How much output is this? 45? One of these is food. 6. 45, 45, 100. Right? So if in 10 weeks we lose the 45, that reduces our income by about 25%. And instead of 4 weeks left, it'll be like 7 or 8 weeks left. No problem. I don't even need to build anything else. We can just go. Like, this is good enough. And at some point, I can undo this emergency shifts and get my trust back. And then we can spend it on oil when the whiteout hits. Cool. Yeah. Advance. Go, go, gadget, high speed. $15 weeks. So this will still run out before the whiteout, but this is more than enough to handle. All right. So this is deactivated, which is fine. We can demolish it and pull back some scraps from it. And stockpiles will still be ready in 4 weeks, so we're good. We did it! We secured enough food to survive the incoming whiteout. Our workers will make some last-minute preparations before the storm arrives. We should try and keep our people warm for this time. We will survive. Now we wait. Alright. Food stockpile hub full! Wait until the whiteout hits. Yep. I think we can afford to undo this emergency shift. Because I'm at plus 198 right now. This emergency shift is... How much efficiency is it? Like plus 10%? Plus 20. So the base is 80. And my base food requirement is 47. So yeah, we can undo this. No problem. And that gives me a bunch of my trust back, which I can then spend on oil when the cold hits. $15 from emergency shifts. I need to reduce this by less than 15. 15 is a full 30. That works. And then we'll have to send some emergency shifts once the whiteout hits, I think. And in the meantime, we're sitting pretty. Fast. Go fast. Wait till something else goes wrong. This can actually reduce what it's doing, so we stay positive here. But it doesn't need to be as high as it was, because surplus here is nothing. Here it comes. The whiteout is here. The preparations are over. That's very cold. I don't like that. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Game's over. I did. Hello, Vera. You should also hydrate if you're full up on honey rum. When the whiteout hit the camp, the wanderers were ready. Everyone was thankful we acted fast and gathered enough food in time. The miracle of the seal colony strengthened our hope that our journey will lead to a promised land. Our elders have added this story to our great tales, alongside warnings about a sinful city that still pumps smoke into the sky. Oh yeah, so these two things depended on our actions, right? The miracle of the seal colony, if we could have chosen to slaughter the seals and then this line would have been different, or our elders have added this story to our great tales, we could have chosen to walk the elders into the storm and then this line would have been different. Half a liter of water before bed. All right, that's quality hydrating. Sounds like you know what you're doing. We survived. I got 2 achievements for that. No lesser evil, and the end is just the beginning. No lesser evil, presumably, is saving the seals and not expelling the elders. Yep. Super good. Now what? Well, now we can actually play the game. Hey, look, it's New London. One of those radio cities. The old captain is dead. New London is weak. Food is low. Overpopulation looms. Coal is running out. People yearn for a future worth dreaming of. But is it the same future for all? The children yearn for the future? Keep the city together. Or hold its hand on its deathbed. I guess those are options. Chapter 1, Scraping the Barrel. The captain is dead. As he weakened, growing divisions brought city maintenance to a grinding halt. Now, New London is left to suffer the consequences. As steward, it is your charge to lead, but you must prove yourself. The overcrowded city is low on resources. Use this warmer year to build more shelter, secure coal, and power the generator back on. I love this. They sensed weakness in the leader, so that was their time to cause problems? Like, I love that this is how politics works. Let's get to work. Alright, frost break to a shallow coal seam and construct an extraction district, turn on the generator, and construct new housing. Generator is disabled. Oh, okay. So the minutia of the individual city doesn't matter. We're now working on a much bigger scale. Oh man, look at all this stuff. Coal. Where is a shallow coal seam? Is that this bad boy? Maybe over here? Fertile soil? Old way station. Oh, that's got nothing to do with coal. Frostland teams. Fascinating. Ruins of an old way station, battered down during the whiteout years. We can restore it as a rear base for our exploration efforts. Build a logistics district here to access the Frostland. Tell me more? Resource deposits. Oh. I know about resource deposits. I don't know about factions. I think I have a lot of factions now. United by a common and clearly defined ideology. Opinions about the city's direction in all three fields, whereas communities focus on only one aspect. Factions originate from communities. Oh, factions and communities are two different things. Ooh, okay. Ignited by passion and strong beliefs. More radicalized, better organized, can be advantageous. Their opposition can be more fierce. Will propose extreme or radical ideas to be implemented. Also engage in disruptions such as rallies or protests. Be sure to inspect and familiarize yourself with factions that appear in your city. Fervor measures how many radicals are active within a faction. These radicals increase tension. Oh, yeah, we get to learn about tension. High fervor can also lead to violence or civil war. Fervor increases when a faction opposes you. Decrease fervor, maintain good relations. And then there is a de-radicalize faction action. Or a special ability in the prison building. Oh. Understand the desires of your factions, assess their fervor, and proactively try to keep them in check unless you wish for them to rule the city. Wow. The generator? Tell me about the generator. Requires fuel, yep. Initially, your fuel is coal. That's what coal looks like. Generator uses as much available fuel as is needed. Yeah, same as before. Most efficient will be used first. Nice. Also activate overdrive, which increases its wear. Malfunction results in casualties. Yeah, let's not casualties if we can avoid it. You know. Alright, so we're at minus 70 on heat. Minus 70 on shelter. We have a decent food stockpile. It'll last for 55 weeks. But we are going to need more food sources. Goods, which is a resource that previously didn't exist, is limited. We're at minus 30 on goods. And materials, we have a huge stockpile. More, less, or differently dystopian. It is similarly dystopian, but with different mechanics. It's kind of cool, actually. All right, what do we have down here? Frostlanders, yep. Oh, here's tension. Crime, that's a new one. Increased by goods scarcity. Okay, I get it. Cores, prefabs, and heat stamp. Heat stamps? Heat stamps. I guess that's like scraps, but different. Population growth progress, 0%. No coal. No coal, no heat. Yep. We gotta get that generator turned on, don't we? Alright, where's the coal? Here. The coal is all out here. Materials. Infinite materials? Deep frozen forest. Oh, it's not infinite materials, it's extra materials. Deep melting drill. Whoa. Fertile soil. Shallow iron vein. Tutorial? Resource deposits. I think we read this one also. Having more resource deposits in a district won't increase its output. It only increases the total amount of resources available for extraction. Great. Oh, I see. I could have a single extraction district, for example, across these 3 tiles. And then it would still have 1 district's worth of output, but it would have twice the materials to go through before it runs out. If I wanted to output them faster, I would still need 2 districts. Okay. Anyway, we gotta go get coal. Coal's over here. Shallow coal seam. We got a lot of other materials, though. So once we get coal, we'll be in a much better place. And we have... Alright, get started. And I have housing, food extraction, industrial, and logistics. These are new. Industrial produces prefabs, processes materials into prefabs or goods. Neat. Oh, that's how we get goods. Okay. Well, I'm still gonna mostly follow the tutorial and not build too much extra stuff. Sends charting expeditions to the Frostland and transport resources between the city and its colonies and outposts. Ooh. Okay. So we have districts. And then we have individual buildings. Whoa. Research. Yeah, okay. Research existing makes sense. Unlocks the idea tree. I would like to be able to have ideas. Council hall. We already have one, I guess. Oh. Empty building slots. You can only have so many buildings? But I can build a council hall here. There's an empty building slot specifically for the council hall. What does the council hall do? Seat of the council, where delegates representing the city's inhabitants meet to discuss and enact laws. Do I like laws? How does Twitch chat feel about laws? Central. Housing. Central district. Oh, buildings go in districts. And I can have a housing district. Alright, alright. So where are there currently housing districts? This is sheltered from wind. Okay, that's kind of cool. And it's gaining the sheltered from wind bonus. And I think this leaves enough tiles. I need to do it like this, actually. No, I need to do it like this to leave 3 more tiles that are sheltered from wind to build this elsewhere. Right? Because then I can build another sheltered from wind over here. That's cool. First, you weren't vibing with this version, but once exploration started, you were hooked. Yeah, it's different, right? It's really different. Just like looking at it from on the face of it, the mechanics are really different. It's interesting. And I've got just a ton of materials to get started with, so I'm not actually worried about like building too much at the start. So let's build all the thing I need. And then there for the near housing district bonus. So we're getting the near housing district bonus, and we're getting the sheltered from wind bonus, which is fantastic. Get in there. Favorite DLC scenarios when we have to do a bunch of trading with other settlements. This game builds off that scenario really well. Yeah, I saw that there was like a logistics thing out here. Where was it? Here. The old way station where you can get a logistics district. So that seems kind of neat. But we're not there yet. Certainly not there yet. All right. 2 new housing districts to address the lack of shelter. Do I need to do more frost breaking? I can. It's not like I don't have the workforce or the heat stamps. Heat stamps. Unmet demand for goods is reducing my heat stamps income? Oh, it's unacceptable. That is unacceptable. It is time for an industrial district. Immediately time for an industrial district. Oh, this also gains the sheltered from wind bonus? Oh, for heat. Yeah, okay. Generator is disabled. Oh, but it causes squalor if it's near housing. Like, I could build it here and here, and they get, like, this housing bonus, but it causes squalor. Squalor bad. Alright, let's just go over here and take this. 1, 2, 3. Sheltered from the wind. And the rest of its spots out there. Get built. Gotta get them goods so there is no more crime. So they're not stealing my heat stamps. Guard squads. You're gonna have to show me a tutorial about that one. Guard squads can directly decrease crime by protecting your city. Great! Quell protests. Events. Okay. Central District provides some guard squads. You'll need more to keep up with a growing city. Main way of recruiting guard squads is building watchtowers, which can be researched in the idea tree. Sounds like we'll need to research an idea tree. Laws in the rule category allow for more efficient recruitment of guard squads and enhancement of their capabilities. Buildings like prisons unlock district abilities that allow for additional recruitment. Wow, prisons do a whole lot of work, don't they? Okay, so we have some factions over here. Community. Stalwarts. So we have two different communities. New Londoners and Frostlanders. And Stalwarts. Progress for the glory of New London. Merit forges the strongest. Reason for order. Order for control. Stalwarts will field elite squads of guards to be used at the steward's discretion, if we are favorable or better. I can burn heat stamps to gain favor with them. Love that. Council. Publicly announce your support for this faction. They'll gain members and potentially secure additional seats in the council. I thought the council was going to be mostly Twitch chat. Fervor is decreased. Publicly condemn. Lose members and potentially lose seats in the council. Can I hit T on any of these buttons? Favors. Ask them to contribute. Lose relationship. Have guards force them to pay a large emergency contribution. I need more guards. I did pick order. Yep.
Hear us, Stuart. Stuart, do you hear us, Stuart?
I decided I didn't want to have to deal with religious zealots. Fund, raise funds, demand funds, de-radicalize. This is a community, though, not a faction. Oh, Stalwarts are a faction of the New Londoners. So this doesn't have a thing there for factions, right? Got it. Got it. Requires favorable or better relations. But it does decrease my relations with the Stalwarts if they de-radicalize. Progress. Whoa, what does this mean? Zeitgeist? Okay, you can monitor the zeitgeist of your city in the bottom left corner of the screen. Zeitgeist means spirit of time. Is this a Zelda game? And describes the direction of your city on 3 axes: technology, economy, and society. What, you can't just call it vibe? This is absolutely the city's vibe. Zeitgeist. Laws, buildings, and choices impact the vibe. At the same time, your communities have a natural tendency to favor some solutions over other. Your relations with them will change based on how their views are aligned with the current vibe. The more you develop the city in the direction they support, the more it positively affects your relations. Okay. See what they support. Equality. I guess the New Londoners support progress. Watch as your decisions shape the vibe. Be on the lookout for dissent, which can tear your city apart. You're tearing this family apart, Lisa! So this is my vibe. Vibe check. Progress. Adaptation. We are heavily into both progress and adaptation. We will build machines to carve our place in ice. We will improve ourselves with technology. We will rip resources from the frozen earth to sustain everyone. We will bend nature to our will, and we will thrive. Politics is nothing but vibes. It really is. Adaptation. Fighting against the cold is futile. We will not give in to the hubris of machines. The frost makes steel brittle. We will adapt, even if it requires sacrifice. Wait, is your vibe adaptation? Yes. Progress, merit, and reason. New opportunities ripen. Fortune as always will favor the bold. Let the best of us soar and elevate everyone with them. To move beyond survival, we must leave behind the social order. Through logic and reason, we will thrive. It's a new world. It demands a new society.
Stuart, are you listening?
You're into progress.
Stuart.
Okay. Merit and equality. Oh, so these are in opposition to each other. Progress and adaptation are opposites. Merit and equality are opposites. And tradition and reason are opposites. Wow. None of those feel like opposites when you just say the words, but apparently they are opposing vibes. Equality. The old world died along with all its inequalities. Nobody should lay claim to vital resources. And in the Frost, all resources are vital. All to the city, and the city shall care for all equally. Tradition and reason. Okay, and then tradition is the world has changed but not the people. The old social order has always been the glue that has held us together. It will keep us together still. With tradition as our foundation, we will rebuild society. Got it. Alright, well, I'm not supposed to care about vibes yet. So, I guess we'll just keep going for the coal and unpause the tutorial. We have a huge stockpile for materials, so I'm not worried about this. And we might want to go digging into these abandoned ruins at some point. But we also have a decent stockpile of prefab, so I'm not too worried about that either. Meanwhile, we just want to get that generator turned on. Tension. Notable. Hold on. Tell me more about tension. Tension is located at the very middle of the bottom of the screen. It's portrayed by an orb that can fill with black liquid as tension rises throughout the city. Tension shows you how agitated and anxious people in the city are. Tension rises if other problems are high. Understandable. Factions can increase tension based on their fervor. More fervor equals more tension. 9 stats in 3 buckets. Body, magic, and spirit. Tension is bad vibes. When the vibes are bad, there is more tension. Factions might engage in disruptions. Careful, if your tension reaches the maximum limit, the city will fall into uncontrollable chaos. That sounds like a game over, just like if you lose trust. Tension level changes dynamically, so keep an eye on it. Reflects the overall situation. Decrease problems, de-radicalize factions, or research certain ideas. Alright. Decreased by unproven steward? The hell is unproven steward? Do I have a status screen? Hubs, buildings, districts. Okay. All right. Yeah, ready to unpause again. Sorry, I paused again. Sisuchi and Zervildernach? Yeah, all right. Those are some words for sure. Heat stamps. All right, tell me about heat stamps. I guess heat stamps are like scraps, except they're heat stamps instead of scraps. Sure. Stockpileable resource that can be spent on frostbreaking construction. Collects heat stamps weekly. Increased by satisfying goods demand. I do want to do that, I think. Yeah, it's just scraps under another name. Beatings will continue until the vibes improve. Yeah, if the vibes don't improve in the city, I'm deploying guard squads. Fear of running out of coal and notable cold. There is, in fact, notable cold. Should work on that. now it is time for an extraction district to acquire... Oh. Wow, the extraction district is huge. What? I thought it was 3. Why is it 6 now? And being adjacent to housing causes squalor. So let's not do that, even if it does help the heating. I kind of don't want to cover both of these seams in one district. I guess beggars can't be choosers. I don't have to frostbreak again. At least the food will last for another 53 weeks, so that's promising. Certainly better than the alternative. Alright. Time can move a little bit faster while I'm waiting for things to build. Expanding districts. Oh. Expand districts to increase their scale, both in terms of size and capabilities. Expanded districts are more efficient and provide additional building slots. Building slots. Select a district opens this panel, click on the expand button, then select new tiles around the chosen district to start the expansion. If there are not enough adjacent tiles to select, the district cannot be expanded. Housing build districts have no building slots upon construction, contrary to all other types of districts. That's why you need to expand to district at least once to be able to construct buildings. Well, I do want to build that research center, so maybe we expand one of these housing districts? It seems like a reasonable choice. Housing districts? I don't know which one to expand. 50 heat stamps, 50 prefabs, yeah, whatever. So that's 3 more spots. Sure. Total demand 0, since it is sheltered from the wind and near an additional housing district. Good job. The central district demands 70 regardless. Alright. Should we build these buildings? I feel like maybe I should build these buildings. B is to build a district, but N is to build a building. Hotkeys, though. Should I just do it? It's a decent chunk of heat stamps. My heat stamps! Individual contributions 7.8. Unmet demand for goods minus 2.8. Oh. I guess if I want to know anything about laws, I gotta do this. So I guess let's just do it. And then they'll tell me about laws at some point. Demands and requirements, yep. Requirements, represented in resources, workforce, or both. District will cease to function, become disabled. Fair enough. Demand contributes to overall demand of the city. If it's not fulfilled, it'll increase problems, but won't affect the district's output. Requirements and demand are 2 separate categories. All right, love it. Requirements are in the district panel. All factors that increase the city's demand are listed in the total demand section. All right. So you need to start outputting goods so that people aren't as pissy about it. This is still not enough, though. I could hit emergency shifts, but then my trust will fall. 25. What's up, Zero Lane? How's it going? 600 workforce. 50 materials. Yeah, now we're starting to eat materials. But we have a huge stockpile for it, so it doesn't matter that much. And then, okay, so there's the requirements just for the district to work. And then there are demands that it adds on top of that. Okay. I guess I need another industrial district if we're gonna actually meet goods demand. But the goods demand is no longer decreasing my heat stamps production, so I'll leave it at -5 and not worry about it. Disease minor, growing because of cold, sure. But soon we'll have coal. Hello? City is losing heat fast. Will the steward manage? How about you shut up your face? Coal-fired boogaloo? It's coal for now. We're gonna get more efficient resources later, probably. The council gathers for the first time. We can vote on new laws.
Steward! Steward!
Stewart!
Everybody's mad.
Stewart!
Alright, we got coal. And we're storing coal in the stockpile. But maybe we should turn on the generator.
Hear us, Stewart!
The first council session! The original is on your playlist. You've only seen a little of it. This is pretty similar so far. It's not, actually. Like, the overall aesthetic and the attitude is similar. It seems like it's going to require similar ethical / like, you know, choices matter stuff going on through it, but the mechanics are a lot more abstracted in this version in Frostpunk 2 than in Frostpunk 1. Frostpunk 1 also has like an entirely different engine in terms of the city building stuff. I would say they are actually very different games, just from the little I've seen of this. It might be just the building mechanics, so maybe like the research tree is similar, maybe like the laws system is similar. I don't yet know how like some of the other late game stuff is, like logistics or whatever. Like there's a ton of stuff that I just haven't seen in Frostpunk 2, but the building mechanics are wildly different. Anticipation fills the air as the council opens. The captain ruled with a firm hand for years, but those times died with him. Now the communities of the city want their say. The stalwarts maintained order on behalf of the captain and adhere to what they claim was his vision for New London: progress, merit, and reason. The New Londoners and Frostlanders clash over our survival strategy, although neither has a firm stance on economic or social issues. Then there are those who view the stalwarts with contempt for their role in New London's history, but they keep to the shadows, for now. Based on your handling of the coal crisis, it's almost handled. The first decision is whether you should maintain your role as steward. Uh-oh. Maybe I should have handled that before I opened the session. I may have clicked this button a little too soon. I may have goofed. They have to accept me as their leader. I haven't solved the problem yet. Let me solve the problem, and then we go. Oh my god, I shouldn't have built this so soon. We do need a viewers council, though. I would like viewers to be part of this council, as opposed to just, you know, idiots. Special vote needs to happen. The communities of New London have to accept you as their leader. I see. Double-click on a delegate to view their profile. Frostlanders, 43% of the city. They seek to pass community service and expedition support. Resource drawer, okay. What is this button? Oh, tutorials. Yes, okay. The council is where delegates vote for laws. You can propose laws that must be voted in by the majority to take effect. In some special cases, a 2/3 majority is required to pass the vote. Wow. I gotta run my laws through the Senate in order to get it to happen? Jeez. Communities and factions will fight for or against different laws depending on their views. You can learn more about them by clicking different communities and factions icons in the council view. Different methods to affect how delegates vote for a specific law. I see. Alright, well, Twitch chat, you're in. If you want to be in. Should the steward remain in power? Voting in 10 weeks. Vote or negotiate? Negotiate with delegates and try to influence the way they vote. Hesitant 65. More for than against, but a lot of people are hesitant. And they'll vote in 10 weeks. And then each of these is one of the factions, and I can get information about them. Interesting. How can we vote for a steward who hasn't even solved the coal crisis? A good question, a good question. That's why the vote doesn't go through for another 10 weeks. So they can see how I resolve the coal crisis. Which I will definitely be doing. I will definitely be resolving the coal crisis. Absolutely a thing I'm going to be doing in the near future. Every New Londoner claims that they or their parents arrived on the first dreadnought after the fall of Old London. City dwellers by nature, they look unfavorably on the Frostlanders' growing demands. The ordeal of facing the Great Storm shaped them to their core. They sacrificed a lot to make sure the generator powers the city through the worst. To them, that's proof that the only way to survive is to double down on progressing technology. They share this view with the similar faction. What? They share this view with Dollar Variable, but are otherwise not as fervent as them. They value their dedication in keeping the city running through the worst of it, but often wish they were less radical about it. Presumably stalwarts are the similar faction, established by those who helped the captain maintain order in New London during the Great Frost. They took the ideals of efficiency, control, and order and ensured they remained central in the city for years to come. Adamant that the city can not only survive but thrive as long as it works like a well-oiled, constantly optimized machine. To them, no change is off limits if it brings more efficiency, be it a technological change or a social one. Naturally, anyone opposing these ideals is considered backwards at best and an enemy of the city at worst. This breeds tension, especially with those looking outside the city. Frostlanders are not in New London by choice, but by necessity. While some initially hail from the city, they left to colonize the Frostland, partly to answer the call of the wild, partly to escape what they deem an oppressive atmosphere in the city. These excursions hardened them, teaching them the value of adaptation and grit. However, no amount of willpower was sufficient to withstand the whiteout years. They were forced to return, one settlement after the next. It's no secret that many of them initially left because of the growing influence of Dollar Variable. They hope that the death of the captain will give them a chance to finally make their voice heard. I feel like there's supposed to be appropriate information in those slots, but okay. Community service, expedition support. Community service, city development effort. Contagion prevention. Childhood. Disciples of the captain who introduced order as a core tenet of New London. Strict, controlling, and devoted to the captain's memory. Progress. The generator in our technical ingenuity allowed us to power through all and will enable us to thrive. Merit. We persevere because we ensure the best of us are given the tools and rewards to lead us into the future. Reason. Efficiency in society is paramount. The social order needs to change. To support it, it will. Unlock, mobilize enforcers, community action. Extra guards. Good relations perk, extra prefabs assembly. Oh, neat. New Londoners, Frostlanders. Where's the stalwarts? Oh, here they are. Stalwarts. New Londoners. Frostlanders. And I don't see Twitch chat anywhere on here. I guess I could force the vote now? What's negotiate? What does negotiate look like? Negotiations. Not all laws you propose will have widespread support. You can negotiate to have a better chance of a vote passing. Choosing a group, promise them things in exchange for voting along with your proposal. Includes actions such as enacting a law they desire, building or destroying a building, or using an action towards a particular community or faction. Making a promise will make all hesitant delegates in the chosen community vote. Some delegates who are against the law will also switch sides. Factions are more monolithic and will not engage in negotiations about laws against their worldview. Okay. What if I break a promise, though? 39 hesitant delegates. Wait, it says 65. Relations required for support neutral. 14-4. Oh, this is a percentage. Got it. 9 of 40. Wait, no. Why does this say 14-4 when it's 9, 9, and 4? It's not a percentage. It's actual numbers. Because there's 100 counselors or delegates or whatever. Why does it say 14-4? Yo, something is very wrong here. Maybe it's because of the works of opposing faction. Eight of the stalwarts are hesitant. 29 of the New Londoners are hesitant, and 28 of the Frostlanders are hesitant. Okay, so all the factions are pretty split, and the stalwarts are more in favor of me. Mostly hesitant. 45% of the city. 43% of the city. 12% of the city. Yep. People are divided. Alright, so let's negotiate with the New Londoners? I would like them to vote for, should the steward remain in power. Yeah, that would be nice. I would like the steward to remain in power. Otherwise, the game's just over, right? Fund projects. Give them money. Enact chemical additives. Approve chemical additives with tested and tolerable risk levels. Disease is marginally increased. Tested and tolerable risk levels. Mass-produced goods. Organizer. Oh, this is good. I'll take a step towards progress. This seems better than whatever's going on over here. Yeah, alright. I accept. Law supported. Hell yeah. Alright, so we could just vote now. Vote. Do it.
The votes are in. The measure passes.
Hooray! I get to stay, even though I haven't resolved the coal crisis yet. But promising to resolve the coal crisis is enough. Also, thank you, Iron Furs and Moradin Smith. Alright, now I gotta pass this. In 1 week?
New rule enters into force.
I don't have that kind of time. What is this? I guess this is just what it looks like? Wild. Okay. I don't think I can pass this in 1 week. I don't know how that works. Alright, we do need to go to the generator view and turn on the generator. Hey, I turned on the generator. Part of the last vein in New London. Some deposits left, but they won't last for long. We need to improve our mining to use it efficiently, but the city's communities are voicing different ideas about how to do it. We must choose a solution. 642 weeks at current rate. Well, that's fine. We are, in fact, stockpiling. So that's great. Good thing we have a stockpile, though. Right. We should build a research institution. I agree. Did it do it? Looks like it did it. Research an idea for new coal mines and then construct the newly researched building in the extraction district. Sure, I'm in. Council. Council in recess for 10 weeks. How do I pass your law if the council is recessed? New Londoners. New law of it. Yo, give me that tutorial. Laws can greatly impact a city and affect its vibe. You can propose laws, however, they must be voted in by the majority. Okay, fine. I don't know what's gonna happen in a week. Given that I can't access the council for another 10 weeks. That seems weird. Cold is diminishing. Good. Marginally increased by minor disease. Greatly increased by fear of running out of coal. Yeah. They do be afraid of running out of coal. I could extract. It already has a building slot. Or expand, rather. To cover another seam is a thing that I could do. The heck is over here? Exposed to wind. So it's got a penalty of less heat, but whatever it is provides more shelter. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's go research an idea. Hang on. Did this provide... It goes to 25. Yeah, okay. So it added 5 housing by expanding it, which is not a whole lot of housing, honestly. I could expand again? Increase its output and provide an additional building slot. It's 3 more spots in order to increase its output by 5. But if I build a whole new housing thing, it'll increase its output by 20. And that requires 6 slots. Like, that sounds like a better ratio. Alright, that's being built. That's fine. That's A-okay. No problems there. This is diminishing, but there is still shelter scarcity, so we should build more housing. So I guess I'll build more housing. Oh, that doesn't actually work, does it? Out here it'll work. And that gives plus 20 heat to this one and plus 20 heat to this one that I'm building. But I don't have the frost break here to get the additional plus 20 heat from this one. So if I'm going to do this, I should frost break a little bit. And I guess frost break towards these prefabs. Since I'll eventually need this space too. Sure. Love it. Oh, 39 weeks. That's a lot better than 1 week. Jeez.
The steward appreciates all your adoring letters and will answer personally in due time.
Ordered us to set up a new extraction district in the canyon. Yeah. Yeah, I sure did. Now pray a whiteout doesn't collapse at all like the last time. Oh. Is that what happened? That seems not ideal. Unmet demand for goods minus 0.4. So there is still some penalty here, but not a huge amount of penalty. Okay with it. The idea tree. All right, tell me about the idea tree. The Research Institute unlocks the idea tree. Idea tree. It's weird phrasing, right? That's weird phrasing? Feels like weird phrasing. Different communities may propose diverging answers to the same issue. You need to decide which community will research a specific topic, resulting in an outcome tailored to that community. Choosing a community to research an idea will improve your relations with them. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is community-driven, not like scientist-driven. Fascinating. Okay, so this game has like a much bigger focus on like politics and faction relations, right? Like the last game, this was a thing only in very specific like events that you would worry about, you know, the politics and who would care about a thing. This is really interesting. Yeah, this is an entirely different focus for the game. Amount of time needed for the research may be reduced by building more research institutes. Research speed. Incremental game diminishes. Temporarily accelerate research by rush researchers. Okay. Permanent change of research speed by signing laws or buildings. Probably need to research them first. Fine.
Steward.
Start a viewer poll between show me our options and decide later. Why is this I'm not going to start a viewer poll for this. We're going to look at our options. Decide later. Huh. A small crowd gathers outside of the new Research Institute, arguing about how to exploit the last coal veins. The stalwarts and New Londoners want us to lean on machine-powered mining, but the Frostlanders would have us pursue a more frugal solution. They would never display such discord under the captain's rule. You have to choose who to entrust with developing their ideas. All right. Show me my options. We need new ideas to move forward. However, different communities may propose diverging answers to the same issues. They'll only pursue solutions that align with their worldview. Choosing a community will improve your relations with that community. Requires 75 oil supply. Housing insulation. Coal mines. Adaptation versus progress. No one else shares this idea. How can we mine more coal? Disease is slightly increased, as is demand. Has workforce requirement and additional outpost. Additional output. 12 weeks. Dust coal mine. Mining operation where residue coal dust is sucked up and compressed into briquettes to make maximum use of the resource. Blasting coal mine. Squalor is increased. 60 materials demand. Well, this sucks, though. This has more output for less workforce requirement. But this increases squalor and has a higher materials demand. I don't like that higher materials demand. But I don't like this workforce requirement either. All of your ideas suck. Come back with better ideas. What did I promise I was going to research? Mass-produced goods? Okay, great. Oh, but that's a law as opposed to an idea. The motto of those who live in the frost. Yeah, everything is bad, it turns out. Do I care more about disease or do I care more about squalor? Disease reduces workforce. Squalor increases disease and does other things. Yeah, the squalor business sucks. We're going with the dust coal mine. I don't care if that messes up my faction balance. Y'all have bad ideas. Come back with better ideas and I will support your faction. All right. The frost breaking finished here, so we can build more housing. And there's not enough room for anybody else to take advantage of these two spots, so I might as well just build them out like that. And we do need to eventually figure out a solution to this food problem. But we still have quite a few weeks here. And the goods problem I am happy with at the moment. We went up to 15 a week instead of 13 a week. Alright. Which of these feels more relevant? We've got more food than we do materials. So let's start digging for materials. Where am I getting materials from? Here. Or here. Oh, I can even just, like, build a thing. It's extraction time! Get to extracting, buddy. The generator wakes. A child is born! People gather around the generator tower as it wakes with a thundering shudder and bestows heat on us yet again. This is the heart of the city. Our last line of defense against the cold. Our first hope for a future. Any future. Steward. There's a couple who says their first child, a daughter, was born at the exact moment the generator sprang to life again. They called her Lily May. They asked that you bless her. You gave us hope back. Thanks to you, our child may yet have a future ahead of her. People are hopeful there is a future for them after all. Very well, Lily May. May your life be warm and winds spare your paths. Love how the districts come with their own heater. Yeah. Heat management was such a mess in the first game. Like, the first game had a lot more, like, drilled down specific logistics. And everything is a lot more abstract. There's, you don't have to do the same, like, you know, pylon management that you did in the first game. I'm into what they're doing. It's definitely different, but it's cool. Yeah, individual road building in the first game, yep. Like, it was much, like... This is sort of more macro, and the first game was more micro. Like, you were kind of drilled into this city. Like, you see how this city is laid out? You were building the individual buildings and roads and stuff of this city. Like this layout. And out here, like, I'm doing, you know, far more generalized things. No more going into everyone's houses and adjusting their thermostats for them. Nope, don't gotta do that anymore. 6 registered as sick. Uh-oh. Disease. It happened. But it's diminishing. Cold miner is stable. But that's because we don't have housing. Yep, I get it. If we had housing, that might be fixed. No additional heat required for this housing because of the heat bonuses from where it's positioned. So basically what I'm saying is I'm a genius. And we're still short on shelter, but I could expand one of these housing districts in order to solve that problem. Or I could just build another housing district to solve that problem. And it does sound like population growth is a thing. So maybe we just build another housing district. This actually doesn't help, unfortunately. This is like too close here. So we can only get one of the bonuses building out on this side. And I need to do more frost breaking to get a bonus out on this side. In fact, I need to do more frost breaking to get a bonus anywhere. So I guess we'll do some more frost breaking. Let me figure out exactly where I want to build, and then we'll frost break accordingly. So these 3 here give a heat bonus. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I guess. We could also get a heat bonus from being next to this industrial thing, but that causes squalor, and that's no fun for anyone. There's not a way to position it to get 2 heat bonuses like I did with this, unfortunately. Although that is a thing that I could be on the lookout for in the future. Like, ideal setups to get multiple heat bonuses for different housing structures. There's really nothing out here, huh? Nothing I care about. What is going on over here? Stable crevasse. Extra shelter and bonus heat? Neat. Okay, so if I end up building housing out here, that's really good. So maybe we should start frost breaking in this direction. And I could get like 1, 2, 3 here and leave some spots open and then build the rest of this up that way. And we could get another housing thing here to get benefits from both later. The crevice is lewd? It's only because you're calling it a crevice. It's a crevasse. Get with the program. So start here. Alright, cold's getting better. And disease will get better once the cold finishes getting better. We are low on tension. And we are waiting for research to finish and also for this to open so I can pass mass-produced goods. Something happened. There was a noise. Alright, whatever. Whoa. We're low on coal now? Why? What happened? Ah, this finished building. So now we need more coal. And it is requiring some food. And we need all of this output, and we are still down on materials. Oh well. This will last for 16 weeks as it stands. So the base is minus 40. This is going to get a 20 discount, but if I build another one next to it here, it'll get 20 and 20, which is a beautiful. And then this, I guess we're going to build the research thing here, and that'll improve my coal output, so we should be fine. Coal is 1-to-1 on heat, whereas oil is 1-to-2 on heat. We should probably start frost breaking to more of the coal, though. It looks like we're going to need access to this. And we should figure out what's going on with food. Yes. So the Central District is producing food, but we're minus 90. And that's being pulled from the stockpiles, which will only last for another 40 weeks. Got it. How much output do we get from these? 50. So I need 2 food districts in order to, also I'm running out of heat stamps. Problematic. 2 food districts to match the food requirements at the moment. And the disease is gone. Excellent. The stockpile will still last for another 14 weeks. And this finishes in 4 weeks. Perfect. Shake down some voters for stamps. I could do that. So far, everybody's neutral with me. But I could yell at them. And then they would hate me. But I would have some heat stamps.
Please give the right of way to frost-breaking teams in transit.
PSA. Frost breakers always have right-of-way. Last for 4 weeks. That's fine. At least everybody has shelter now. Abe Byron, 55, drill sergeant, admiring the generator. It's good to have you back, old chap. It was a terrible fright to have you switched off. You're more than just a heat source to us, you know. To us, you're a symbol of what we should be. Unbending, unyielding fortitude. May we all stand so bold against the frost. The generator is revered and respected by the stalwarts. Ah, you love to see it. How does that change anything for me? I think it doesn't. I think it changes nothing for me. But you love to see it anyway. Is this open now? New law available. Alright, let's go. Well, I did promise the Frostlanders? Is that who I promised? I don't think I promised the Frostlanders. I think I promised New Londoners. Promise to Frostlanders. Yo, something is going on here. Like, the factions are something weird is happening with all the faction references. Like, it's correctly noting that this is the thing that I promised I would do. Although now that I look at durable goods, like, that sounds way better. But this is the one I promised, so it's the one I'm gonna do. But, like, that's not who I promised. And in fact, they oppose this bill. I'm still proposing it, though. Alright, Twitch chat. If you want to vote, now is your chance to vote. But the law is supported, so it'll probably pass. So I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, if you want to be a part of the process, if you want to make your voice heard, now is the time. This is a call to action. All right, get your votes in, kids.
The proposed law has been approved.
I see. New Londoners are delighted you kept your word. They now look upon your rule more positively and consider you a leader with integrity. Oh, because I negotiated with them and fulfilled on my promise? Even if I didn't need their help for the vote? Oh man, I should have negotiated with somebody else. Slightly worrisome you get to know who specifically hates your ideas. Yeah, that may be a problem. Trust rises. Man, okay, so negotiating is worth doing even if I don't need it, because the payoffs for fulfilling a promise is strong. Like, that's great. Look at this, they love me now. Why am I still an unproven steward? They accepted me. Is there a Twitch integration where you're actually supposed to vote? Yeah. It's an overlay. So if you're watching on mobile, it's not going to show up. But if you're on your computer, it'll show up like overlaying the stream. There's an, what's it called? An extension. And now we're positive on goods. Heck yeah. Stockpiling 1 good a day. Pump out those goods. We need more of them. Now I'm getting my full 16 a week. Go gadget heat stamps. Quality of our limited goods will decrease with this law. Maybe. Yeah, alright. I can see why you might not like this law, Frostlanders. People who are opposed to progress. Alright, so this is a problem, but not much of one. Because this is going to finish, and then we'll build the thing. It'll last for 2 weeks. I don't know how fast this, finishes. They came back to work. Good. Yeah, get back to work, idiots. New building proposed by Frostlanders. Yep. End for buildings. Extraction. Dust coal mine. Yep. Get built. I don't know how long it takes. I think everything takes the same amount of time to build or whatever. But I wish I knew how long it takes. Because I don't want to go negative here. Will last for 2 weeks. And this will finish in less than that, hopefully. I think we're going to go negative for a little bit. 108 weeks. All right, we got to figure out the food thing next. I think it'll like just barely run out, and we'll be out for like a day or two before this finishes. All right, we got to start. Oh, this is already frostbroken. Great. I could just build the next food district, couldn't I? The problem is the heat and materials requirement. Or not the materials requirement. I mean, the materials requirement also a problem. But the heat requirement is the big problem. Near industrial district increases disease. But it also reduces heat requirements. Near food district, plus 20 heat. Oh, this isn't actually near it? Wait, no, it is. Oh, but only one tile is near it. I see. Okay, actually, we can just do it this way. And that makes sure that both of us get... Wait, no, what? It's still not enough? What the hell? Ah! Yeah, it doesn't quite work out. It's supposed to be dust? No, not so much help as, like, I can't quite figure out where all the things are is the problem. Right? This is set up in such a way... I guess I could expand this, and that would work. Do I need to expand it? 50 heat stamps? Oh, I expanded on not building the food thing. It is kind of weird how this got built, though. Like, these two are adjacent somehow? Yeah, it looks like there's not any way for me to get the heat benefit for the industrial district. The industrial district will only have the 2 tiles that are near food. Yeah, this has nothing to do with the crevasse. This has everything to do with their adjacency here. But it's only these 2 tiles that are adjacent. I'm just surprised that these 2 tiles got built in the way they got built. And then there's the question of, do I want the disease thing? Have I considered building another industrial district there? I don't need another industrial district. I need a food district. So I'm building a food district. I'm not actually worried about the heat requirements. Like, this doesn't need the heat bonus. I just was a little surprised that I couldn't get it. And it'll still give the heat bonus to the the food district regardless, so it's probably fine. Also, that disease thing. There are heating hubs. I don't know anything about heating hubs. I have been in this game for 3 hours. Maybe I will learn about heating hubs at some point. Question is, do I care about disease? I feel like I don't really care about disease. So we'll just build that. Hubs. Well, there are heating hubs. Neat. Heat demand in neighboring districts is decreased. Cool. It has an ongoing materials demand also. Okay, yeah. We also need to manage the materials demand, which is an ongoing problem. Disease prevents people from working? Yes, that is correct. That is exactly what disease does. You are right. That is an accurate statement. I really don't need the explanations. If I need an explanation, I'll ask for it. Fuel for the future. A lack of common rules among our people can lead to trouble, but as the council debates the future of the city, all are concerned about the day our last coal deposits run out, which is like 640-something weeks away. Like, we're good for now. We must explore the Frostland for more sources of fuel, or else the city will have no future at all. Wow, how sad for the city. We must find more fuel. All right. Understood. 278 weeks. Oh, that's a lot less weeks than I thought. Logistics district on an old way station. Okay. Okay. So straight into the logistics stuff. That's cool. That's cool. I like logistics stuff. Interesting. So let's frost break. Let's get there. It's over here, right? Is there another one that's closer? That is not closer. That is maybe closer? Hey, just close enough. How far away is the other one? Just barely too far. All right, so we'll go to the one that's closer. Was he being egregious? I think I must have missed the last few messages. Yeah, this should do it. Okay. Permanent source of fuel outside the city. Yeah, as long as it's not, you know, my fuel deposit, it'll definitely be permanent, right? Cool. Oh, we're super good on coal now. Okay, great. This building finished, and everything is good. Dust coal mine. Oh, we actually have a lot of disease. Disease might be a problem now. We got the dust coal mine and whatever I'm doing over here. Well, we'll find out whether or not it's a problem. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Little disease never hurt anybody. I think a little disease hurt exactly 6 people. But, that's a very low percentage of my workforce. Alright. Well, I respect the timeout. I think 10 minutes is maybe a little high. You could probably have timed out for like 1 minute and it still would have gotten the message across. But I will also respect your judgment. Since I didn't see what the message was. Alright, now I gotta build a logistics district. Wow, that's... Yeah, okay, that is how the logistics district would have to be built with that frost breaking path. Does that matter? Is that a problem? Tell me more about logistics district. Workforce, stamps, prefabs. Yes, workforce. Heat. It is going to have heat requirements. That's fine. We have a lot of coal. A lot of coal. The mod button defaults are 10 minutes. 10 minutes seems high to me. Like, I figure if the goal, like, timing somebody out sends a message, right? A message that is a lot harder to ignore than somebody just typing at you. So I absolutely understand the need for timeouts. 10 minutes feels egregious. Like, if I got timed out for 10 minutes, even for like a legitimate reason, let alone like a misunderstanding or just a miscommunication or whatever, like if I'm getting timed out, if I'm intending to be an active chatter and I get timed out for 10 minutes, that's enough to make me leave the stream, I think. Whereas if I get timed out for like a minute, that's like, okay, this was too much. I will back down. I will come back in a minute. I'll try again. 10 minutes is a long time to wait. So that's just like my attitude towards it, my approach to it. There's absolutely some actions that will require a longer timeout, right? Like if it backseating is a little bit like we don't like it, but it's not as bad as some other chat violations. So like some other stuff, you know, like people being aggressive or people being harassing, like yeah, 10 minutes, absolutely. But I feel like otherwise, you know, kind of depending on how egregious their violation was, you could be a little bit more lenient on a first offense. Second offense, like, whatever, you know, if they're doing the same thing again after getting timed out for it, then yeah, time them out for 10 minutes, time them out for 30 minutes. Okay, go. The manual commands. Oh yeah. That's like slash timeout and then the name and then you can put in a time for it. There's not a way to click and like timeout for lower. I thought there was like a 1 second timeout button. So it literally just clears their messages and then nothing else. Right, you time them out for a second. That's not really going to stop them from typing more. But it does clear their messages for the purposes of like delete message, ban, and 10-minute timeout. Ugh. That's not my favorite. I disagree with the defaults. Maybe you have an extension that adds that. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, if that extension exists, that would be pretty useful. It's gonna get cold soon. Fortunately, cold is just a matter of having enough coal to burn, as opposed to having enough heat source. Oh yeah, FFZ does change things a lot for that. Yeah, interesting the way that cold works in this game, right? You just need more fire, whereas like in Frostpunk 1, each individual heat source produced a certain amount of heat. So if you're stockpiling fuel, that can actually just get you through a cold season, no problem. Which is interesting. What just happened? Did I build the thing? I think I built the thing. And now we are stockpiling less coal. Is this coal that we already have access to, or is it including stuff that's on the map but we still need to work to get? This is exactly the amount of coal that I am extracting, right? So this is this particular... This is 52 weeks. Oh, based on usage. Based on usage? I think it's based on usage, yeah. 20,000 out of 540. Oh, no. So this is actually the whole map. I misread it. I thought it was based on, like, just how we were extracting it. But this is based on the entire map. And this is not based on extraction rate. This is based on usage rate. So with our current usage, 170 heat per tick, there is 274 weeks of fuel for that amount of heat. So as it gets colder, this number is going to drop. And as I build more things, this number is going to drop because we're using more heat. So, food district. Producing some food. That's good. Now the food stockpile will last for 66 weeks. I don't have the heat stamps to frost break. Okay, we gotta wait. How do I increase my heat stamp production? Tutorial? Collects weekly. The bigger the community, the more they contribute. Okay. Satisfying goods demand. Oh, that just means they're not taking it. That doesn't mean that we get more by providing more goods. Laws and buildings, and I can steal them from factions. Well, these idiots like me. I guess that means I could mobilize enforcers, if that was helpful. I can make a promise? Grant agenda. Let stalwarts choose the next law to be voted on in the council. Make promise here is interesting because it's something that I would rather do during negotiation and actually get that benefit. And then when I fulfill the promise, I'll still increase my relations with the stalwarts. I can promote them or condemn them. Promoting them greatly improves my relationship, gives them more seats in the council, but reduces fervor. Where is their fervor? Is there like a fervor marker here somewhere? Tension absent. Hell yeah. Maybe there is no fervor? There's probably fervor. Council in recess. Yeah, that's true. Is this thing fervor? Relations favorable. Opinion on city direction marginally increased. Greatly increased by loyal to the captain's legacy. Marginally increased by kept promises. This is opinion on city direction. So neutral and then gold is positive. Opposition to the city favoring progress. Understood. Marginally increased by research. Yeah. Marginally increased by kept promises. Oh, does everybody like me when I keep a promise? No matter who I am keeping the promise to? That seems surprising. There was fervor none. Oh yeah, fervor none. Perfect. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. All right, cool. So this is fine. This is probably not going to be a problem because the logistics station will do the thing. So there's little squares above the stalwarts. Oh, these 3 diamonds here? Okay. Fervor none, also fairly clear if I ever just see the text that is directly in front of my face. I'm surprised that it doesn't show anything like that on this screen, though. I thought it said fervor.
Steward.
Steward.
Yeah, I was surprised that there's no, like, fervor information here. Oh, that's here. Ah, this symbol is fervor. Great. Great. Fervor measures radicals. Good relations will decrease fervor passively. Ooh, that's good to know. Okay, cool. This is partially done, and I should probably unpause and let them do their thing. I gotta figure out whether or not I'm doing something about this materials lack of surplus in the food problem. It's a problem. I don't know what else to call it. I am not supplying enough food. I'm not supplying enough materials. I do have surplus for, like, many weeks.
Do not waste time on repairs. A new model is safer than a repurposed one.
These PSAs are so jarring. You just suddenly, like, speaker voice yelling at me. I mean, I'm going to eventually do something about it. I'm just not ready to do something about it yet because my heat stamp production is so low. And I guess, like, I could steal heat stamps from people in order to get on top of building more extractors for the food or the materials. But I'm not worried about it for now. I'm gonna keep following the quest line, and I'm sure it'll get resolved within a decent amount of time. We shall see, I suppose. Like, once the logistics district finishes, then maybe we'll find out that it has an answer for me. Or maybe it won't, and I still have, like, 50 weeks to deal with it, so I'm not too worried about it. And there is that minor disease, as expected. Kind of looks like a hand with the fervor symbol? Yeah, of course it does. It's like the Black Panther's, like, power thing. Oh, the logistics just... yeah, it kind of does, right? It's got these, like, 3 fingers coming out here like a claw. Logistics district built. We can now survey the frozen lands around New London and find a source of fuel to ensure its future. I see. All right, well, tell me more about ensuring my district's future. Yo, this is cool. Frozen Bay. Foothills. The Gorge. Highlands. Makeshift shelters. What? Cool. Overpopulation and dwindling fuel reserves forced many residents of New London to take refuge in these temporary shelters, built around a small hot spring. Its inhabitants wait for conditions to improve enough for them to return home. Cost 5 Frostland teams to bring people back. Construct logistics districts, conduct research, and pass laws to field more teams. Fair enough. And the New Londoners faction specifically. Oh, so people are faction aligned. This is another 2.6k of New Londoners, of people aligned with this faction. Or I can come back later. Well, more people means more heat stamps, so that sounds delightful. I don't know how much of a requirement that would be for housing. Hold. What does my housing say it does? Right? This is... these numbers. I'm not exactly sure. There's 120 demand for 8,000 people. Which is... those are some numbers. So another 2.5k would be... 120 for 8k, divide by 8, divide by 2 a bunch of times, right? So 60, 30, 15. So 15 per 1,000. So 2.5k would be another 30 plus-ish demand. So I'm going to need another shelter for them. So I guess build that extra shelter. And this is opened deliberately in such a way. I thought... this is weird. Not enough tiles to finish this district. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. Okay, so we'll need to do some frost breaking to open that up. Specifically, hold. Oh god. That's a button I didn't expect to do the thing that it did. Cool. Specifically, I want to make sure that these 3 tiles here are open. One of which is currently open. So I need to frost break these 2. And then we can start going out towards the prefabs. In order to make sure that I'm getting the bonus for being adjacent to this. In addition to the bonus for being adjacent to this, right? We'll build up like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Great, love it. And I will wait until that is built before I invite more people back in. Now I'm looking for a permanent source of fuel outside the city. And it looks like they want me to go to Frozen Bay or to the foothills. I like the bay. Maybe there's seals there. Oh, it tells me. Okay. Time to chart. Required teams. Possible findings. Launch expedition. Prefabs cores and Frostland dwellers. Requires 20... Okay, we don't have the teams. Don't have the teams. Threat level dangerous. Buh. I think I prefer threat level safe, thank you. Over 30 years ago, the Imperial Exploration Company landed here to build the region's generators. A few hastily dismantled piers still stick out of the ice, a faded reminder of their short-lived purpose. These windswept foothills used to be thoroughly explored, but whiteouts have erased the paths and safe houses we constructed. This area had an old coal mine, though. Maybe there's leftover coal there still. Well, this seems like a better bet than the Frozen Bay, doesn't it? And we'll ignore Highlands and the Gorge for now. Get in there. Foothills expedition under Myra Seymour is approaching the area. Go Myra! You could do it! And I still have 5 Frostland teams available to send people home when I am ready for that. So that's cool. Cool, 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 cool. Good progress. Materials shortage has increased yet again. We are stockpiling less coal because heat usage has gone up because of the logistics thing. Of course. Of course. You know, it really feels like there's like not quite enough time for a full polish pass on this game. Like, the cost for this shows up as 50 heat stamps and minus 50 prefabs. Like, that's weird that one of them is minus, considering they're probably both costs. And then there's the business with, like, the faction name and whatever that didn't show up right during the council. It's like, it's weird. It's weird. Oh, we could propose a new law. Get in there. Who are we proposing a new law for? Rule. Guard enforcers? Is this... Guided voting. Guard enforcers. Hold on. What is this doing? Rule laws require 2/3 majority to pass. Communities will vote based on their relations. In times of high tension, they'll be more inclined to support, giving you more power. Steward may deploy squads of... Okay. You want to tell me something. What do you want to tell me? I've seen this. This is not news. The steward may deploy squads of well-trained, well-equipped guards to put down disruptions and otherwise keep the peace. Unlocks quell protest. Unlocks mobilize watchtower squads, which orders watchtowers to field specialized guard squads instead of fighting petty crime. Guided voting may declare a motion vitally important to the city's survival, curtailing debate and convincing many wavering delegates to support it. Greatly increases the odds of passing a law in the council. Huh, that's kind of cool. So I can play politics, or I can be like, no, you idiots, vote this way. It turns out a lot of people are against guided voting. Huh. Vote requires a 2/3 majority. At least 67 delegates. Which, with the against 35, it's literally impossible. Yeah, it makes sense they wouldn't want to give me that kind of power. Alright, what else can I do? Welfare. Contagion prevention. Community service. Nebulous unformed idea. Events or research can give it order. Free essentials. Trust rises. I do like trust. Production efficiency slightly increased. Heat stamps income per capita slightly increased. Yo. This is supported by the stalwarts. This is supported by nobody. To foster responsibility and reward work, citizens will be charged a small fee in exchange for essentials such as basic rations and clothing. Wow, so I can implement universal basic income, or I can not. And this makes people work better, and also gives me more money? Suddenly I understand the government opposition to universal basic income. I, as a government, would like to make more money. Sorry, citizens. You live to support me. I think I can make this pass. And I do really want more heat stamps. Maybe there's something else I can do that's, Oh, there's 2 ways to decrease disease. Contagious people will be required to wear a specific badge. Oh. Causes tension. Yeah, no, that would cause tension. Contagious people will be placed in quarantine and cared for by the city. Shelter demand per capita slightly increased. Okay. Community service rules. Voluntary and unfocused communal effort does not yield any significant gain for the city. Everyone must aid expeditions by helping them prepare for their journeys. Exploration time decreases. Main district produces a small amount of prefabs. Heat pipe watch. Heat demand is decreased. Service exemptions. Heat stamps income per capita is slightly increased. Yo, let's go. I could fix the heat thing. Like, these two are nice to have, but don't matter that much to me. Heat pipe watch and service exemptions are both very cool. And I don't know how important it is to get heat pipe watch down the road when I desperately want more income right now. Kind of in on service exemptions. Most people are for it. Alright, viewers, get in there. Make my will law. Or don't, I guess. I'm not your mom. And we can negotiate with people. Let's do some negotiating. And see whether or not I can convince people that what I am doing here is a good idea. Stalwarts won't negotiate. Oh, they want this already. Okay. They're not gonna... That's fine. Understandable. Let's negotiate with the Frostlanders, since we kind of screwed them over last time. I would like you to vote for... If I'm the one proposing laws, why would I want them to vote against? I guess it's possible that if I can, if I grant someone an agenda and I don't like what they propose, then I might want to get people to vote against the thing? That's really interesting. But then I can... That's funny. I can grant someone an agenda for favor, and then once the thing comes to a vote, I can negotiate against it. I love it. All right, what are we doing here? Bio-waste hothouse. Disease is slightly increased. Yeah, this disease business is maybe a bit of a problem. All of this is disease slightly increased? Damn. Or let Frostlanders choose the next law to be voted on in the council. Yeah. Okay. I think I like this. All according to Keikaku. I don't like either of these, I think. Industrial-sized hothouse where organic waste ferments in large vats, fertilizing revolving shelves of crops. The system is designed well. You'll get some small advantage for doing that sort of thing. We'll punish you for being too blatant about it. Maybe. It does seem like... So, like, this is use a community action on, right? So, I am getting a benefit. They are voting for my thing. And then I will use the community action, like, and the community action will improve my relationship with the Frostlanders. In addition to letting them choose the next law. It's like I get this benefit for the law I'm proposing, and fulfilling a promise is like a benefit on its own. So it's like I feel like I'm double dipping on things anytime I negotiate. Massive sawmill in which frozen wood is cut into usable materials. So this is a building that I can build in a food area, right? Excessive fertilization, which increases food output and disease. Disease slightly increases. Why? Why do the Frostlanders want more disease all the time? Frostlanders vote for something that doesn't increase disease challenge. Impossible. Both is like increased output at the cost of disease and heat demand. That good? These feel like basically the same thing. This has a little bit more functionality here. I'll just grant them an agenda. They can vote on a law. All right. I think we are sufficiently supported here. I could continue to negotiate for funsies, but I think I'm okay with this. All right, get in there. Voted against, huh? Betrayal.
Hear ye, hear ye. The votes are in. The measure passes.
Good. You were unable to vote with the overlay? It shows your vote here. It looks like you successfully voted. So, I'm not sure. All right. So, we've promoted merit. And now I need to grant agenda on the Frostlanders. So let's do that. Here. And I have fulfilled a promise. Like, I really feel like I'm double or triple dipping on things here every time I negotiate. Because, like, this button grants me favor with the Frostlanders. And then because I kept a promise to them, I am also granted favor with the Frostlanders. You considered abstaining? Sure. Fair enough. That went well, though. The idea tree is idle. How do we feel about ideas? Not enough. Not enough heat maps, heat stamps. That's what that says. It requires heat stamps to vote on a thing. Asbestos lining. Everybody wants asbestos lining? Everybody supports asbestos lining. Okay. Great. Happy to hear it. Heat stamps. The individual contributions went down when the service exemptions went up. My income remains plus 16 a week. That's weird. That's weird. Maybe it'll change once I unpause. Okay, everybody agrees, but I can make somebody like happier with me by giving them the opportunity to do the research, right? And since the Frostlanders, I just gave the Frostlanders a thing. Let's give this to the New Londoners. And the Stalwarts already like me, so that's great. Is it gonna get any better? When does this go? There it goes. 6 registered as sick. Yeah, no, there's some disease. I agree. No steward's goon will boss me around like I'm their property. Really? What is this? Oh, okay, Frostland. Great. Learning why asbestos got used so much in the first place. I mean, if it was cold, that's, you know, fair. Trail construction. 10 Frostland teams, 25 heat stamps, 5 prefabs. Basic quality trade route allows shipping 250 units of any resource. Interesting. I'm waiting for this frost breaking to finish here so that I can build housing, so that I can invite people in. In the meantime, goods are doing just barely good enough. I will need to build another industrial thing at some point, though. Maybe sooner rather than later. Alright, the frost breaking finished, and I don't have enough heat stamps for housing. Yeah, the service exemptions aren't doing enough. Maybe just because my population's too low. 49% for population growth. You would think that individual contributions would be 8, right? And that service exemptions would be 0.8, but I guess it needs to be like a flat. They don't want to give me like a fractional increase. Something is weird here in how it's calculating this. I thought that individual contributions was going to be 8. What happened? Talk to me. Sue Miller, 12, street urchin. Looking for trouble. Oh, no. Cindy's pa went and got her a governess, like she's going to be a duchess or something. Not on our watch. We roughed up the little bitch, all right. Ferguson's boys will learn this, too. They try and wife us again tonight, we'll pull razors and say we'll cut out their eyes. It'll be good fun. But what we's want is a proper rumble. Short blades only. Come on, who wants to play? Wow. Dude, somebody should write a comic book about Sue Miller. Sounds awesome. But, not in my city. I guess we'll have to write a law regulating childhood. How dare children be children? Well, maybe with a little less violence, it would be okay. So, are we, like, leaning towards... Yeah, we've got, like, points in progress and a little bit of points in adaptation. We got points in merit and no points in equality. And we have done nothing about tradition and reason. Sure. The vibes are currently neutral. Neutral vibes. There's room for a lot of emergency shifts. I have a ton of trust right now, so I have a bunch of trust to burn if I want to. Overall trust is accepted. But I don't see that I gain a benefit from having high trust. Right? There's no, like, benefit or detriment to trust other than, like, you have trust to work with, and if you run out of trust, you lose. Maybe you need it for special events, maybe. How dare children be adults? Also true. Six people are sick. I suppose that's fair. That's enough heat stamps to build this housing. So we wanted 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So now this is getting plus 40 heat, which is everything it needs. And this is also going to get the plus 20 heat from being next to this. So that, again, reduces my housing heat requirements to 0. So right now I need 20 heat for this housing district. The others are both completely managed. And this will reduce this to 0. So this will go back down to 170 once this finishes building. Love it. And materials is starting to suffer. It may be time to do something about materials. Maybe the next time I have heat stamps. Man, it's probably time to actually just have somebody give me their money. Hey, Stalwarts. Can you give me your money? I would like to raise funds. Relations significantly worsen. How much is significantly? Let's find out. 7 leave. 7 leave? Too soon to perform this action again. 50 weeks, damn. Was this at 950 and now it's 943? They're still favorable. Oh, I guess they were at supporting before, and now they're only at favorable. Okay, so between marginally and slightly, which one is bigger? Between greatly and significantly, which one is bigger? And how much is any of these? These are very vague. But now I have the heat stamps to do a thing. Like, go acquire more materials. Once I have frost broken my way towards more materials. Once I have acquired the workforce to frost break my way towards more materials. I can lower this in order to get the workforce. Yeah, okay. And now if I push this up... Ah, I can't, because those 6 sick people... Wow, this requires a lot of workforce. Damn. I guess the dust coal mine is a pretty big effect on it. More funds? I suppose. So generous of them to donate. I did ask very strongly. Ooh, this dropped to 30. Oh, because I'm pulling less. Yep. So we're not stockpiling as much. Means also we're not using as much as quickly, right? Because this heat demand reduced. Oh, that's interesting. That means that even though I'm stockpiling less, I am overall using very slightly less. So it's beneficial. Put the kids to work? I mean, that might be the law that gets passed. It's not my choice. The Frostlanders are going to pass whatever law they want. Well, they're going to propose whatever law they want. really easy to negotiate against a Frostlander proposal if I need to. Because I have two factions that are directly opposed to what the Frostlanders want. Did this finish? It totally finished. I cannot build an extraction district. I don't have the workforce. You're right. I sure don't have the workforce. I agree. I guess because they're still building the housing district. Once this finishes building, I'll have a bunch more workforce. But I can also bump this back up. Did this change? Oh, yeah. This changes drastically. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Let's stockpile a little less. But stretch out my usage a little bit more. And that lowers my demand on materials as well, which is nice.
Remember to keep your heat lamp maintained. It might just save your life.
Remember to keep your heat lamp maintained. Still? I guess it's only 200 workforce that got saved here? Or was there no workforce requirement for building the thing? Well, anyway, I now have the housing, so we can bring people in, which is the point of all this. Get welcomed, idiots. How long does this process take? 3 days. Okay. Abandoned shelters. Shelters were last used by desperate New Londoners. All since returned. Now the site is a way station for our scouts. Oh, that's cool. And then I have something happening here. I could cancel the expedition if I want. No, that's cool. You keep on going. You're doing great. Plus 36. Oh, people left? Did people actually just leave? Suddenly my shelter is not 120, it's 119. Oh, maybe when I asked the stalwarts for their money, when it said people left, they weren't talking about leaving the faction. They were talking about leaving the city. So I actually reduced my overall population. I don't think so. It still says 8K. But maybe 8K is like a rounding number as opposed to the actual number. Can I reduce this again now that I'm at plus 50? Now it's even exactly. So no more stockpiles at all. But yeah, that does help. Now this number jumps a lot. Love it. Okay, the people are here. Now we have a workforce. At long last, a workforce is here. Also, we're going to need another industrial thing. It's industrial time. Time for industry. Demands 20 heat. But here I can get that 20 heat just by being next to the other industrial thing. So that's really easy. I could also, I have to decide here, I could also go into this sheltered area and get another free 20 heat reduction. But the industrial district only needs 20 heat. But then again, there might be a building that has an additional heat requirement for it. So, like, I don't know if I want to take this now or if I want to save this for another building later on. I think I'll save it for another building later on. We'll just build out here. And then also now, we need to build materials and then also get more food. Oh, boy. 23 weeks, 41 weeks. We'll start with the food. And this will help with the the heat requirements. Delightful. Like, this is going to maintain the exact same heat requirements by building it, because it's going to be discounted by 20 from adjacency, and that adjacency will also discount this by another 20. So even though a food district requires 40 heat, I'm adding 40 heat discount by building it. I love this game. And then I also want to build an extraction district here. And it looks like there is some heat benefit to be gained. So that's cool. Oh, I could even go all the way out here and get all 3 of these. That's unnecessary. I'm gonna need to frost break more if I want to build another one. But this seems pretty good. Ah, slight deficit on shelter. Terrible news. I guess that means we need to do some frost breaking, which I don't have the heat stamps for. Someday. But this number went up now, yeah? Because I added more population? Great. And now more people are sick. How dare they? Unbelievable. I invite you into my camp, and this is how you pay me back? Colder season.
Secure additional layers.
That's a lot of reduction. Okay, let's bring that number up a bit. Will last for 27 weeks. Well, that's pretty good. The hell? Delicate session. A vote on expedition support will be held in 10 weeks. Expedition support placed on council agenda by Frostlanders. Okay, what is this thing that we're voting on? Community service expedition support. Everyone must aid expeditions by helping them prepare for their journeys. Sure. And I can rush the vote if I want to. Wait a minute. City. Oh. Oh, adding a thing doesn't lock you out of adding the other things. You can do all of them in a category. I didn't realize that. I thought they were exclusive. I thought once you picked something in a category, it was over. Okay. So the real restriction here then is just time, because you can pass so few laws. Like, you can only pass a law every 10 weeks. Well, I mean, get in here, let's vote on it, right? I'm okay with this passing. I don't mind this passing. There's no downside towards passing this. But we can negotiate with some people. The New Londoners are willing to negotiate here. I suggest you vote for this thing. This thing is great. And the New Londoners want squalor. Huh? That's what you want? You want squalor? Yeah, the New Londoners just want squalor. Everything they want to do here improves squalor. Which is even worse than disease, because disease is a side effect of squalor. Wow, dude. Progress is some BS. Law. Machine-centric shifts. To put less pressure on workers, workplaces must keep machines powered around the clock and adjust working hours accordingly. Need less workers, but increases squalor. Slows population growth and wears down districts. Jeez. I need to find a way to reduce squalor if this is what's going to happen. I think I've said that word enough times that it has stopped feeling like a word. It's just a collection of sounds. Massive sawmill loading frozen wood directly into mulching machines that separate usable materials from waste byproducts. This is a huge output, actually. Giant chunk of 4 votes here, if this works out. I guess all of the hesitant people are over here, so if I have to choose one of these things to promise, if I want their votes. Otherwise, not sure how they will vote. They will vote one way or the other. They'll just, you know, vote. This also unlocks excessive fertilization, the same way as the other thing did. Yeah, everybody just wants to make everybody sick. All progress makes people sick. Is this also how to get that research unlocked? Maybe. Oh, I'm pretty sure I could start on it otherwise. Yeah. No, I guess I don't know. I guess I don't know. The researches are exclusive. Laws are not exclusive. So if I give them a research, I will not be able to get the other research that it connects to. And the chemical hothouse thing is actually interesting because it looks like it is essentially the same as the disease one. It's just a squalor one instead of a disease one. Kind of don't like any of these. Also, is marginal more than slightly? Slightly increases from mechanized sawmill. This is not it's not a base from anything, it's just a law. Research and hold vote? Oh, geez. This requires a research in order to allow the law to exist, and then hold a vote on that law. So regardless, I'm promising them a research. I guess I'm okay with this. Or this. I mean, this does seem like a thing I'm going to want eventually anyway, just to burn through the materials faster. So yeah, I guess I'm okay with this research. You would think slightly is more than marginally? Okay, I believe that. But yeah, I accept this. Alright, let's vote. Get this vote done, so we're not waiting on it.
The proposed law has been approved.
And that means the council recess for 10 weeks. I wonder, I don't actually know if I let the vote sit, if that still counts against this time, or if this time starts only once the vote passes.
Your council have voted.
This has this, I think, is why this is here, is those like the camera controls thing that I never looked at. I think this was lit. Prefabs production is a thing I haven't seen, apparently. Extracted from deposits, can be produced from materials in an industrial district. Oh, that's cool. And then I have buildings, which you can build in districts. Yep, we have learned how this works already. Buildings have their own demand and output. Can improve base output or reduce problems directly. Initially, you don't have many buildings available. Yep. Research Institute is a building that is always available and provides you with the idea tree. Yep. New ideas. Mindful of who is conducting the research. Special variant of a building aligned with their views. Some buildings unlock abilities. District employment can be manually controlled. Yeah, I've heard about this. I have played with this already. Will reduce the required workforce, but also result in a lower output. Yep. Will affect. These workforce adjustments will affect all buildings in the district. Oh, that's maybe relevant. All right, cool. So this is still being researched. And then we have to research a thing that we can't get to yet. Somewhere. The thing that they want to research hasn't shown up yet on the tree. So I'm not sure how that works. Oh, because there's different trees! You just purely looking at heating over here. Suddenly I understand. Okay. So this is the thing that I have promised to New Londoners. Frostlanders would want an untreated sawmill. 400, 170 slight disease. 300, 200 slight squalor, but a bunch more heat. Yeah, I don't know why the costs are listed, like, sometimes negative, sometimes positive. That's so weird. Frostland. City. Oh my god, there's so many things here. Society. Hubs. Oh my god, the time requirements are so real. There's so many things to research. Holy crap. Alright, well, I did make that promise to New Londoners, I guess. And now I'm short on workforce because everything is being built. Once you are done building, I would like you to produce some goods for me. 3 cheers to our scouts and their new helpers. If I'm sent out there, I'll return as a frozen body. Well, then don't. Just don't go out there. I immediately put everybody to work. Workforce just dumped. They one at a time. How much can be researched concurrently? I can build more research institutes, but each additional institute has diminishing returns on research speed, and do not let me research additional things. I don't think there's anything that lets me research multiple things at a time. Assigned research increases relations. Cool. Alright, I did make you a promise. So I guess... Promise to New Londoners. Stalwarts. What is this exclamation mark? Is it to show that they agree with the research? I don't know, that's weird. There go my heat stamps. Stupid unmet demand for goods. Let's have you output some goods, please. Goods. What did I say? Okay, +6 now. Excellent. And now we're starting to run low on prefabs.
Steward.
Shepherd. Feral children. Oh, yeah, okay. No, this is This is a thing that we should, in fact, resolve. Steward, 5 children are dead, and dozens lay wounded after 2 large youth gangs met for what they called a rumble. Most of the children were armed with knives. The fighting escalated to a full-scale battle. As the parents of the deceased mourn, many insist these children should not have been left unattended. Indeed, many backstreet alleys seem to be overtaken by uncared-for youth. Some areas are beginning to be dangerous even for adults. Crime is slightly increased. The persistent lack of a law regulating childhood is causing crime and tension to rise even further. Alright. I am committed to resolving the issue. I'll have 30 weeks to pass either family apprenticeship or mandatory school. Probably family apprenticeship. Oh, it's the choice between research speed and heat stamps. Oh, God. Or I could dismiss the problem and everybody hates me. I will commit to resolving the issue, thank you. 5 children died at the rumble. That's very sad. Pass any law in the childhood category. Alright, well, I guess that's what we're doing next. Yo, there's more tutorials? Yet another tutorials? Frostland. Logistics districts give access to the Frostland. Ah, thank you. Switch between views. That's it. You can switch between views. Oh, thank you. No additional information available. Great. Love it. Well, I built a new, materials extractor, and this still went down. Because of everything else I built that requires materials. How sad. Yeah, they're really burning through this, actually. We should probably build another one at some point. And I have no workforce available. Man, build things that immediately got sent to work. So it's just over. Terrible news, everybody. So unrealistic. Yes, that was exactly my thought. How unrealistic that everything requires materials. Well, at least food is going to last a little bit longer, but now I got to deal with materials. And I can't build another house, because apparently that requires a workforce. Oh, that actually commits the workforce to that house, too. So, when I commit 200 workers to building a house, they stay committed for as long as that house is there. Ugh. Gross. Well, that's a problem. So there's nothing I can do right now. I can't even frostbreak right now because I don't have the workers for it because I built too many things. What a disaster. Workforce. I guess I can see how they are committed here. And I can reduce that. Oh yeah, I can always do this, right? -1. -1 is probably fine. I think -1 doesn't actually affect my... Yo, what happened to that law that I passed? The one that increases my heat stamp production. It's gone. Unbelievable. I can't believe they're like this. That gave me enough workers to do nothing? No, to do... Okay. So I can now do some frost breaking. For example, to uncover some more materials. You still have some heat requirements, as do you. So building something that can go, for example... it needs to have 3 of it touching. So it would have to be like... Are the 2 community service laws exclusive? Maybe. Huh, that's a good question, actually. Where do I look at laws? Is there a place I can click to look at the laws that I've passed? Like, this brings up this window, council in recess, but this doesn't, here we go. Explore laws. It is exclusive. It swapped them. I didn't even realize. No good. Population growth. Okay, tell me more about population. Man, I guess I should have, bad UI. Kind of bad UI. I guess I should have had, I should have negotiated to make people vote against. My bad. Mistakes. My poor heat stamps. Alright, whatever. I'll just let it live. Like, that's not worth expending another law session on. When the issues in your city are overwhelming, population growth becomes stagnant. Some laws also directly increase population growth. Great. Happy to hear it. Why is there still a diamond on it? What do you want me to see up here? Are you trying to... What information are you trying to reveal? Well, I mean, it works the way it works, so... You know, kind of is what it is, and that is okay. That is going to be okay. I'm still looking at ways to get more materials here. Time warning? Oh, it is about that time. Maybe I will initiate some frost breaking and then call it for the night. This could be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How would I want this positioned? 1, 2, 3 here. Make sure that both of them gets the bonus. I guess 1, 2, 3 here makes sure that both of them gets the bonus. And then you can dig into the frozen forest. That sounds great. 1, 2, 3. This is all I need. So here, here, here. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No need to cover this up. So let's open up these and start heading towards more materials. Oh no. Canceled it. And presumably I get these workers back after the frost breaking is done. And we'll pause here. Although this is about done too. Oh boy. I guess that'll be an exciting thing to come back to next time.